черговий раз підкресливши чи не головний меседж саміту – єдність вкрай важлива, особливо у найтемніші часи.
Шановні пані та панове, за кілька хвилин ми розпочинаємо третій саміт перших леді та джентльменів «Ментальне здоров'я, стійкість та крихкість майбутнього». Зараз ми бачимо, як до Софійського собору прибувають перші кортежі. Вітайте, засновниця саміту, перша леді України Олена Зеленська. Раді бачити першу леді Литви Діану Наусєдєні. Вітаємо першу леді Чехії Єву Павлову. Перша леді Сербії Тамара Вучич. Зустрічаємо. Перша леді Естонії Сірія Каріс. Надзвичайно раді. З нами Юрай Різман, партнер президентки Словаччини. Вітаємо доктора Алиша Мусара, першого джентльмена Словенії. Зустрічаємо Анну Акопян, дружину прем'єр-міністра Вірменії. Бачимо доброго друга України Бо Тенберга, чоловіка прем'єр-міністерки Данії. Раді вітати усіх. Почнемо за мить.
Wars, terror, natural and industrial disasters, climate changes, political, economic crisis, demographic crisis. The world is fragile and too changeable, and we often do not keep up with these changes.
Ми ще не встигли загуглити слова «Ухань» і «вірус», а COVID-19 уже захопив планету. На жаль, нові загрози не будуть вічливо чекати, поки людство впорається зі старими.
To meet these modern challenges, the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen was launched 2 years ago. The summit became an effective platform for the exchange of thoughts and ideas. But reality threw us a new challenge. Russia invaded us with a full-scale war.
Війна не зламала Україну і не зламає, не зупинила життя в нашій державі і не зупинить.
The theme of the human dimension of the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine became a cornerstone for the second summit. Among the guests, offline and online, are first ladies and gentlemen from 23 countries, world celebrities, actors, athletes who have supported Ukraine since the first days of the war. This year, the heart of the world beats again in Ukraine. In the shrine of Sofia Kyivska, we are together in an even wider circle, given the current agenda in focus. We also maintain the continuity of discussions, because no post-war recovery is possible without mental healing.
Nepaprastai sunku kalbėti apie psichinę sveikatą karo Ukrainoje kontekste, nes
I cannot imagine the trauma of those who have had to dig with their bare hands through the rubble of their homes, the trauma of soldiers at the front, the trauma of children robbed of their childhood.
Meanwhile, mental health is a global challenge. The whole world lived for years in a great race of achievements, despite the price it paid.
The importance of mental health, the topic for today's summit, cannot be understated. Padecer ansiedad, depresión o estrés no son condiciones normales para una persona sana.
Zwiększył się i nadal będzie się zwiększać procent zaburzeń psychicznych.
It is estimated that up to 20% of the population of children and adolescents are affected by mental disorders.
Gönül mabetlerini dinginliğe kavuşturmak için sanatla, sporla, kültürle doldurmak gerektiği konusunda hemfikiriz.
1 in every 6 children globally is growing up in a conflict zone.
Conflicts and war severely affect the mental health and well-being of people.
My thoughts are with those who have been suffering as well as those who have been supporting those individuals.
Mental health matters. It matters not just individually, but also collectively.
The battle for mental health is a critical challenge. We must make sure these challenges don't spiral into a silent epidemic that lasts generations.
It's very important to speak about the mental health, especially now, but to speak is not enough. We need to act.
We need to break stereotypes and create an environment where mental health care is widely accepted.
It is critical that we share the expertise, knowledge, skill, and experience that we have gained with each other.
It is important to recognize that mental disorders are both common and treatable.
Mental health is an essential part of health and must not be neglected.
A wound that is hidden heals slowly and with difficulty. And therefore, just one word: communication.
Discussing, exchanging ideas and good practices, and protecting mental health is an investment in our people, our economies, and our future.
Government and non-governmental organizations have conducted awareness campaigns to reduce the stigma.
By prioritizing and talking about mental health, we can ensure that our nations and people are equipped to cope, withstand, and be resilient in the face of such challenges.
Sports stars, well-known media figures across society are saying, look, let's talk openly about mental health, showing that this is a topic that can affect anyone. And that's really breaking down barriers.
Bashk ne mund të ndërtojmë një të ardhme më të shëndetshme për mendjen e shpirtin.
Duševní zdraví je pro mě především harmonie a pocit pohody.
This is a condition where every one of us supported and good relationships at home, in school, at work, in the community.
We have the responsibility to do everything we can to ensure a sustainable and livable future for the generations to come.
Пані та панове, зустрічайте ведуча.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the host of the summit, Hanna Homanai. Greetings, dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, guests, viewers. The third, ladies and gentlemen, is gathering us for the third time. Currently, our summit, as well as our world, is facing immense trials and tribulations. And these events, these trials and tribulations, present us with the task of survival and adaptation. These challenges harden our resilience, but at the same time, these crises expose our invisible fragility that we call mental health. Our today's summit, the summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen, will grow into an amazing platform for the exchange of useful thoughts, ideas, and experiences. And our conversation will give impetus to a deeper understanding of the importance of mental health. So what is awaiting us during this summit? We will be exposed to a number of panel discussions involving worldwide celebrities, international experts, heads of states, heads of the global organizations, and of course, first ladies and gentlemen of the world. Here we have today the First Lady of Lithuania, Diana Nausėdienė. Greetings. Also, the First Lady of Estonia, Sirje Karis. It's a delight of ours to welcome you. The First Lady of the Czech Republic, Eva Pavlova. Thank you very much for being with us today. Also, the First Lady of Serbia, Tamara Vučić. Welcome the spouse of Armenia's Prime Minister, Anna Akopan. We are delighted to welcome and introduce Dr. Ales Musar, the First Gentleman of Slovenia. And next to him, you can see the husband of the Prime Minister of Denmark, Bo Tenberg, as well as the partner of the President of Slovakia, Juraj Rizman. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, those who sent us their addresses overflowing with words of concern and sincerity. We also have a number of surprises for you during the summit. We will have it all: frank confessions, incredible stories, movie premieres, eye-opening research findings, and unexpected life hacks. And also the visit of an honored guest, a star who makes you cry and laugh at the same time. He's a good friend of Ukraine and the entire globe. I'm pretty much sure that most of you have already guessed who I'm talking about. I also want to note that on the premises of Sofia Kievska, we have a satellite summit involving health ministers from several countries, and among other topics, the topic of mental health is the centerpiece of this discussion. But you will hear more from my colleague, Timur Miroshnichenko. He's working on mental stage right now. Timur, how are you doing? Greetings, everyone. How am I? I think it's a classical question for all of us Ukrainians in the past 1.5 years. It's even 1 year, 9 months. But like everyone, I am holding out despite a sleepless night owing to we know who. Despite it all, I continue acting, dreaming, planning, moving forward. And I'm also very comforted that today, finally, we can have a frank and sincere conversation about things that we are concerned about and things that we are hurting about. So here at the mental stage, we will have several attractions and discussion panels, and the first one will be devoted to the International Medical Partnership. This meeting intends to launch a large-scale, world-class project. We will also have another discussion called Art and Mental Health. This discussion will comprise poets, writers, photographers, actors and directors, both Ukrainian and Hollywood, and we will also have a number of Oscar winners. I really hope that you are intrigued and in suspense right now, so stay with us and wait for all these attractions. We will also have podcasts and useful lectures. We will engage in music making and meditation. It will definitely be insightful and stimulating. This is something I can guarantee. Thank you, Timur. We are looking forward to your broadcasting. It looks like everyone is ready, so let's embark on this journey. In a moment, we will meet the founder of the summit, the First Lady of Ukraine, on this stage.
Що таке ментальне здоров'я?
What is mental health? I like the formula suggested by the WHO, which everyone can tailor to themselves. Can we overcome daily stresses, cooperate? Hello, my name is Elena Selenska. I'm the First Lady of Ukraine. In Ukraine, all of these issues and questions can be expressed in just one brief question. How are you? How are you there? Over 90% of Ukrainians during the time of the Russian invasions have been suffering from anxiety syndrome. Answering the question, who are you? They cannot say back, I'm okay. This is why a year ago we launched an all-Ukrainian program of mental health to help and assist those Ukrainians, and at the same time to overcome the social stigma of psychological and mental problems. We prove pain is not something to be ashamed of or embarrassed, but instead you have to look for support properly. None in Ukraine has any doubts that we will go through all of these trials and tribulations.
На запитання «ти як?» ми хочемо чесно відповідати «ми добре». І бажаємо цього всім нашим друзям.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage the founder of the summit, the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska.
Добрий день.
Hello, everyone.
Вітаю всіх на третьому.
Greetings, hello and welcome to the third summit of the First Ladies and Gentlemen.
Коли в 21-му році ми
When back in 2021 we founded this platform of co-action, we dreamed that our diplomacy of soft action would not just unite the spouses of the world, but it would also become the platform for the leaders of thought, for leaders of opinion, and for them to come together for the sake of the victory of civilization values. And for the third year running, and the second year since the full-scale invasion, we are meeting here in this place of strength, being confined by the walls of the St. Sophia. And we have managed not only to broaden the circle of our friends and guests, but I'm sure we have managed to make it much more qualitative. We have set for ourselves a goal to make sure that every summit of ours will achieve practical goals. At our last year's summit, when we united people who cared from all over the world, we managed to raise more than $6 million, and this enabled us to buy 92 reanimation vehicles, which right now resuscitate the lives and rescue the lives of Ukrainians. And this year, one of the outputs of this festival and of the summit will be setting the foundation of the network of partner countries. You know that the satellite summit of the profile health ministers has just been taking place on the sideline of this summit, and the Minister of Health of Ukraine, Mr. Leshko, will be sharing about that from the stage. I am here to usher this summit with the sincerity and gratefulness. Sincerity and gratefulness to all those who have been with us despite all challenges and trials, all those who share our values. The first ladies, the first gentlemen of the world, you demonstrate the support to Ukraine personally. Thank you very much for your resilience, support, and friendship. Along with that, I would also like to speak separately about the first gentleman taking this opportunity. Mr. Alesh Musar, Mr. Yuri Rizman, Mr. Bo Tember, you finally bust the stereotypes, ultimately bust the stereotypes about the outdated roles that we have to play as the spouses to the first leaders of the world. And finally, the summit is gaining the status of equality. So please embrace my gratitude for that. Due to the word thankfulness, I would like to take this bridge to take us over to our main core topic today, which is mental health. The ability to feel gratitude and thankfulness is one of the components contributing to our mental health. Gratefulness, according to some of the recent scientific research, is recognized to be one of the most productive components that reduces the effect of stress on people's health. A lack of confidence, feeling the world is fragile, being threatened by different crises. These are the things that accompany people all over the world. And in Ukraine, due to war, people are getting accompanied by constant losses, everyday concerns and alerts for their life, and every day facing shocking tribulations, wars, epidemics, terror attacks, all of these climatic threats. They all affect us no matter what language we speak and wherever we live. All of this affects the way we work, the way we raise our children. What can we contribute to our communities and the society? How are we living through our lives? For a lot of aware and conscious people, this has become a maxim a long time ago, that human lives matter. And now it's the time to make into a maxim the quality of life has to be turned into another maxim that doesn't require any proof. And mental health serves the underpinning for this health. It's impossible to call a qualitative life if you keep living in a lack of certainty, being threatened all the time. Speaking about Ukraine, they keep using the word resilience all the time, or steadfastness. And this is true probably about us. And we are conscious of it. That's something that we cherish and nurture. That's something that we wish to one another, something that we try to explore and develop. Mental resilience is the ability to go through trials and live a worthwhile life. Personal resilience of every individual comprises the resilience of the whole nation, through an individual to the family, from the family to the community, and then onwards to the whole country. So there is no greater, more strategic assignment for the whole country, rather than creating conditions of resilience and steadfastness for every individual citizen in the country. When experts speak about mental health, in the majority of cases, they discuss mental services, different evidence proof, practices, etc. But for everyone, I suppose, it begins with a realization of common values. And I'm proud to say that Ukraine today is demonstrating to the world what the people are capable of when they are united by their common value. And the foundational pillar of our value is the human life. And the foundational pillar for the human life is always underpinned by love. And the secret of our resilience is all in love. Love for our children, parents, loved ones, friends, nearest and dearest. Love for our homes, our streets, villages, towns, cities, the whole country, the work that we do, the dreams that we cherish. This love enables us to keep fighting, take up arms and not let go of them, persevere, wait, suffer, and not to be broken, to stay invincible. A small girl, Sasha Pascal, a 7-year-old, a gymnast from Odessa who lost her leg during a Russian missile attack. And when in hospital, immediately after she was given a prosthetic, she immediately asked, when will I be able to go back to my training sessions? She questioned her mom. And right now she's participating in these sessions along with other healthy, full-bodied girls. So what's the point of it? The point of it is about impressive resilience and incredible love. To wrap up my speech, I would once again like to remind you about this place where we are right now. Next to us is the St. Sophia's Cathedral, where for more than 10 centuries we have had the mosaic of Theotokos Oranta, who is the keeper of the Ukrainian nation, the Mother of God. And the spiritual tradition tells us that for as long as Oranta, or this mosaic, keeps standing, the principality capital will be standing. The capital of our country will be standing. She is the symbol of our protection from anxiety, despair and fear. So with thankfulness, gratitude and hope, with faith in people and love, today we are sharing our resilience with this world. Thank you very much indeed. We thank Madam Olena once again for these inspiring words. It's true. Resilience and love is something that all of us want to cherish in our lives, and preserving that. These are the questions that all of us will be trying to find answers to. And right now, I would like to invite here our dear guest, whose visit I have already announced. He's someone who knows it all about ups and downs. And for him, the care about mental health has become a challenge and at the same time a great victory. He's sure that kindness is one of the most precious of virtues. Meet British actor and TV presenter, author of best-selling films and books, civil rights activist, a person whose brain is officially recognized as part of the cultural heritage of the United Kingdom. My co-host of the summit today, Stephen Fry. Stephen, it's your first time in Ukraine. You have probably felt it a bit, what it means to be like in Ukraine. So can you tell us how you are? How are you?
I'm very well indeed. Дуже добре. Thank you. It's fantastic to be here. I had all kinds of thoughts about what I would meet when I came here in terms of the site of the city of Kyiv, in terms of the people. I expected all kinds of things, but I did not expect the most common thing I saw, which is laughter. I've met some people who've lost their limbs, I've met people who've lost family, but all of them seem to have a united Ukrainian sense of humor that I think explains a great deal of your success in the last year or so, and I applaud that because I'm a great believer in laughter.
Did you hear the air alert last night?
Do you know, I went to bed last night thinking I must get up early. I have to make sure I'm in charge of everything here and I know how this summit is going to run. And I forgot to set my alarm. So I want to thank whoever it is who sent something along to Kyiv because it got me awake and allowed me to work in a very nice basement in a hotel on this. So thank you, whoever you are. No, seriously, it was quite exciting to have my first air raid.
Stephen, I know that in fact you have a lot to say and share with our audiences today, with our TV audience. You're welcome. The floor is yours.
I will come to the center. If you're very important, thank you. If you're very important, you get a desk. But if you're not very important, they take the desk away. Nonetheless, I am delighted to be here. I thought I would start just by saying a few things about my own personal experience. Not because all this is about me. I don't want to add narcissism to my list of failings and disorders. You might call this a quick resume to explain perhaps my qualifications for being here. At the age of 14, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I was not told this at the time, I discovered it later. After being expelled from several schools and then arrested by the police, spending a little time in prison, I seemed to come round and shake off my problems, which is quite common with people with bipolar disorder. You have periods of lucidity and normality. But by my mid-30s, things started to go bad for me again. There were all kinds of personal catastrophes, suicide attempts, and periods where I had to be confined to clinics. All the time, my career was extremely successful. There seemed to be no reason for these storms in my head. I made a film about my experience for British television and the experience of others, many of them far more seriously afflicted than me. Since then, I've had the honor of serving as president of Britain's largest mental health charity, which is called Mind, and was founded in 1946. Note that date, straight after the carnage and horror of the Second World War. Mind was needed. I was also made a fellow of the Royal College of Psychiatrists, but I have no skill or medical training. It is an honorary position. But these facts of my life and my advocacy for mental health and my desire to make it a subject that anyone can speak freely about, I think, is the reason I have been invited by the First Lady, and this great honor has been given to me. Now, what I want to say quickly about mental health is that it has reminded me a little of the situation in Ukraine, and I'll explain what I mean by that. What I try always to say to people is that mental health, ill health, can be a very serious thing, very serious, potentially life-threateningly serious. It can lead to all kinds of behaviors and threats, self-harm, self-medication with drugs and alcohol to try and quieten the storms in one's head, loss of family and friends, and the ultimate self-destruction of suicide. It is a profound potential existential threat. But simultaneously, while knowing that, we have to hold in our heads the thought that people can live, love, thrive, and be hugely successful with a mental health condition. Some of the greatest people in our history, warriors as well as artists, have had demons in their head. So simultaneously we hold the view that something is intensely serious, but that it is not a life sentence. It is not something that will cause one to have nothing but failure throughout one's life. A diagnosis of a mental health condition is a gateway to something quite wonderful, something possibly creative and brilliant and fulfilling and happy. There is hope. And that's what I wanted to say about my first experience of this beautiful country. You also have a message that is apparently contradictory. The world can see that you are getting on with your lives happily. I walk down the street, I see cafes open, pavements spilling with people laughing and enjoying life. And the world can see that, and it's important the world sees that. But it's also important that the world sees how serious the threat is to your autonomy, your independence, and your very existence. It is possible to send double messages in this world about Ukraine. You're a happy country, succeeding, fulfilling your life, but you're under terrible threat. About mental health, it can be a desperately serious threat, but it's very possible to live a creative and fulfilled life. So that's the point I really wanted to make. Being here in these dire circumstances, you've thrived and prospered and inspired the world. And in my country, I know they want me to send that message. Our support for you is complete, and I hope our politicians will continue to reflect that. So yes, let's open this summit with a very positive thought, that despite the seriousness of mental health conditions, there is very great cause for optimism and hope, and I want this summit to be dedicated to that optimism and hope. Dank u. Coming on and off like this. I like to do exits and entrances as an actor. Now, perhaps the most exciting part of this summit is the research that has been undertaken on our behalf. A primary research survey was conducted with people from 11 countries around the world: Argentina, Brazil, Croatia, Germany, Israel, Japan, Poland, Turkey, Ukraine, United Kingdom, and the USA. These countries have been selected to cover all regions of the world, as well as the countries which are facing or have faced war in the past. These countries are collectively representing a diverse range of cultures, languages, and traditions. Global perspectives. They encompass a range of socioeconomic statuses. And the research has been conducted online in local languages just a month ago, between the 1st and the 24th of August, by Alligator Digital, an award-winning UK-based full-service research agency. 11,000 interviews were conducted with people aged 13 years old and upwards, 1,000 people in each country. It's been a blended approach, giving equal weight to each nation. The research is implemented in the framework of the National Ukrainian Mental Health Program of Initiatives of Elena Zelenska, with the support of the World Health Organization. So, let's have a look at some of these slides. I've never been a businessman in my life, so I'd never have understood spreadsheets or PowerPoint. So you'll forgive me if I get everything horribly wrong. Oh, look, it worked. There you are. You can see now some of these countries, and happily in English and in Ukrainian. On slide 4 here, I wanted to show you about a rather inspiring piece of data about younger people. You may see that the ranking of the most significant challenges over the next 5 years, it's clear that younger generations are prioritizing mental health as a more significant challenge compared to older generations. You can see here in this previous one that amongst the biggest challenges society is facing in these countries around the world, mental health is recognized as one of the top 5. It's a critical concern in all those nations. But for the young in particular, there is an awareness that is much greater than amongst other generations. And you'll see that our mental health is influenced by a complex interplay of external and internal factors. Global economic challenges, of course, the fallout of COVID-19, political dynamics, they all exert significant strain on our well-being. And there's a continual undercurrent of personal circumstances that naturally profoundly affect our mental health. Things like bereavement, relationship breakdowns, challenges in our professional lives. And we're all different. Some of these, show that we're more impacted by these factors than others. If you look at the figures there for Japan, it's interesting. Some of the factors that appear to be most influential for other nations are perceived as less impactful in the lives of Japanese people. Japanese respondents rated their mental health lower than any other nation in this survey. It shows that the impact of various factors on mental health and overall well-being can vary significantly from one country to another, and further exploration of these differences could yield valuable insights. There's significant variations across the globe in the prevalence of mental health diagnoses, as you can see. Is really, really interesting here. In Germany, in my country, and in the United States, the diagnosis rate is 1 in 4 respondents having received a mental health diagnosis. Now, it may be that these nations have more accessible mental health care services, or a greater awareness of mental health issues, or a higher prevalence of mental health illness. Obviously, we need to go deeper in that. But then we look at South America, Croatia, Japan, Israel, Poland, and Turkey. The diagnosis rate is 1 in 10 respondents, which is still high. 1 in 10 people in those countries reports a mental health difficulty. It may be that that reflects differences in mental health awareness, stigma, or healthcare accessibility. But Ukraine stands out with a much lower diagnosis rate. Only 1 in 50 respondents received a mental health illness diagnosis. This raises concerns that mental health issues might be underdiagnosed here in Ukraine, or less prioritized compared to the other surveyed countries. These disparities in mental health diagnosis, they underscore the importance, the vital importance, really, of addressing global inequality. It would be particularly valuable to discuss with experts how to ensure equitable access to mental health care worldwide. In our survey, we found a significant portion of respondents across various countries engage in self-help practices to improve their mental well-being. And the top 3 practices are exercise, 39%. That's right, it is this one, yeah. Spending time with other people, 39% again. Spending time with nature, 36%. Ukrainians exhibited higher engagement in several categories, including spending time with other people, enjoying hobbies and interests, and spending time on social media, which, as we'll discuss later, is, of course, a double-edged sword. These findings provide very valuable insights, we believe, into the diverse ways individuals across the globe proactively address their mental well-being. These are important findings. 24% of respondents feel uncomfortable speaking to a medical professional about their mental health. We asked people about reasons why they might feel uncomfortable. In the green bars, you can see the average figures across the nations. We also have highlights on the lowest and highest figures in certain countries. Embarrassment, job-related concerns, worries about professional reputation. These appear to be the significant barriers that prevent individuals from discussing their mental health with professionals. Addressing these barriers through awareness campaigns, education, workplace support systems, these are all essential to promote mental well-being and to encourage open conversations about mental health. Mental health stands, as we saw from the first slide, among the top 5 global challenges. Younger generations, and this is vital, 13 to 24-year-olds, are prioritizing mental health as a more significant challenge compared to other generations. Economic conditions emerge. 1 in 7 has received a mental health diagnosis, but this drops to 1 in 50 in Ukraine. And 24% feel uncomfortable, as we've said. So,
Просто зараз до нас
right now, lady is going to join us for home, taking care of the young generation, and assistance to people with disabilities has become a mission of the whole life. And those people who need physical and psychological and emotional support, and also they are among those people who demonstrate the best way this balance between fragility and resilience. Now the floor is given to Her Majesty Queen of Sweden, Sylvia.
It is a great honor to address you at this 3rd summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen to discuss mental health, resilience, and fragility of the future. Everyone should be able to live a life free from anxiety and with hope for a bright future. A life without fear. Fear for your life. Fear for the safety of your family and friends. Everyone should have the possibility to go to work or to school, to meet with their friends and their loved ones. Unfortunately, this is not the case in many parts of the world, not least right now, in war-torn Ukraine. As the founder of the organization World Childhood Foundation, the rights of the child are especially close to my heart. The children of Ukraine have paid an extremely high price during this ongoing, terrible war. They have been killed and wounded, uprooted from their homes, and in many cases separated from their families and caregivers. World Childhood Foundation has been working with and supporting civil society actors in Ukraine to protect children since 2001. Childhood has, for instance, been pioneering and promoting foster care solutions as alternative to institutions and works with specially vulnerable groups. The entire society is affected as a direct impact of the war.
Суспільство потерпає від наслідків та ходу війни. Люди вже знаходяться в дуже вразливій ситуації. Особливо, коли йдеться про психічне здоров'я. Потреби є величезними і будуть залишатися такими впродовж багатьох років. Я дуже вдячна вам, пані Зеленська, за те, що ви наголошуєте на важливості цього питання, і мені надзвичайно важливо, і я ціную цю можливість спілкуватися з вами. Я захоплююсь вашою роботою, вашою мужністю і витривалістю українського народу у ці тяжкі дні. Вибачаю, що не можу бути з вами фізично сьогодні, але дуже сподіваюся, що цей саміт підніме рівень обізнаності щодо проблем, пов'язаних з психічним здоров'ям заради кращого майбутнього народу України. Я зроблю все можливе, щоб через свою фундацію підтримати і допомогти дітям України. Дуже дякую.
Пані та панове, вітайте! Спеціальний гість саміту, державний секретар Сполучених Штатів Америки Ентоні Блінкен. Пане Блінкен, запрошуємо вас на сцену.
Well, thank you very, very much.
Дуже дякую.
It is a tremendous honor.
Для мене це величезна честь бути тут сьогодні з вами.
Be with President, whose words
З президентом, чиї слова і видатне лідерство означають так багато для народу України. Я знаю це з власного досвіду, як він дбає про кожного українця. Дуже приємно бути сьогодні в Києві, щоб взяти участь у цій надзвичайно важливій події. Я привіз вам привітання від першої леді Сполучених Штатів Джил Байден. Вона дуже хотіла звернутися до цього саміту, але в неї діагнозували ковід, і це завадило їй. Але доктор Байден була завжди серйозним активістом у боротьбі за психічне здоров'я як в Сполучених Штатах, так і в Україні, особливо серед молоді. Особливо хочу звернутися до вашої першої леді, пані Зеленської. Я мав привілей приймати її в липні у Вашингтоні, і мене тоді вразила та відданість, з якою вона допомагає українським громадам лікувати і загоювати рани війни. Вона кидає світло на дуже важливі і гострі питання і мобілізує багатьох людей в боротьбі з цими проблемами як в Україні, так і в всьому світу. Кожного дня люди в наших країнах постають перед проблемами психічного здоров'я, депресія, тривога, посттравматичні розлади, шизофренія і таке інше. Наші родини, колеги, друзі, близькі. Ми знаємо, як важко боротися з цими викликами у мирний час. Я можу тільки уявити ту силу і витривалість, яка необхідна для того, щоб боротися з цими проблемами у вашій ситуації, коли йде війна. Варварська війна Російської Федерації проти України досить яскраво проявляється в своїх наслідках у лікарнях, в шпиталях, у тих сім'ях, які відірвані від своїх рідних, втратили свої домівки, люди втрачають життя, потерпають, страждають. Але досить часто ми маємо справу з стражданнями, яких ми вочевидь не бачимо, які дуже важко вимрити. Говорять, що більше половини українців постраждали від травм війни, від травм військових злочинів, які кояться в Україні. Постійні повітряні нальоти. І сьогодні тут я від імені президента Байдена і першої леді Джил Байден хочу чітко сказати українському народу. Так само, як психічне здоров'я має значення у боротьбі в цій війні, так само і наші зусилля будуть спрямовані на те, щоб загоїти ваші рани, нанесені війною. Америка буде з вами до кінця, і коли ми говоримо це саме те, про що я говорю зараз. Сполучені Штати віддані майбутньому України, миру України і зміцненню України не лише у військовому плані, але також у плані її демократії, економіки і над усе її народу. Здоров'я суспільства нерозривно пов'язане зі здоров'ям і громадян, як фізичним, так і психічним. Якщо людина має проблеми з психічним здоров'ям, їй важко брати участь у суспільному житті своєї країни, і без повного залучення громадян країни не може досягти свого повного потенціалу. Так само, як у будівництві доріг, шкіл, будинків. Відбудова їх має величезне значення для України, так само і відновлення психічного здоров'я має величезне значення для українського народу. Від початку повномасштабного вторгнення Росії Сполучені Штати надають доступ до цих послуг. На 6 мільярдів доларів було надано послуг у зміцненні психічного здоров'я. Ми допомагаємо шпиталям в Україні, центри підготовки надають наших спеціалістів. Ми надаємо також таку допомогу онлайн, телефоном. По всій країні, у тому числі на окупованих територіях, а також біженцям з України в усьому світу. І ми щільно співпрацюємо з першою леді, з офісом президента для того, щоб зменшити стигму, яка окутує ці питання, і залучити українців до отримання необхідної допомоги. Це і одним із найважливіших аспектів, чим ви займаєтесь, є саме видимість. І ви показуєте людям, що це нормально говорити про ці проблеми. Про це треба говорити, це треба обговорювати, якщо ми хочемо надати людям реальну допомогу. Перша леді України сказала, що в них є мрія, що окрім перемоги на полі бою, ми також отримуємо перемогу над нашими тривожними станами, над нашими психологічними проблемами через інтеграцію, через зміцнення системи охорони здоров'я та психічного здоров'я, зокрема, як на сьогоднішній день, так і на віддалене майбутнє. Ви знаєте, ми знаємо, що ця робота буде дуже складною. Це не станеться водночас, але це має величезне значення для кожної української родини, для кожної української громади, допомогти тим, хто зараз бореться, вимагає такої ж самої мужності і емпатії, і солідарності, яку ми бачимо, проявляють українці з першого дня російської агресії. По мірі того, як українці борються з негараздами і трагедіями війни, Сполучені Штати і ваші партнери будуть підтримувати вас на кожному кроці цього шляху. Дуже дякую вам за те, що ви робите. Слава Україні!
Героям слава! Пане Блінкен, дякуємо вам за те, що завітали на саміт і вашій країні, за незмінну підтримку України.
Evil that comes sees no borders, sees no borders. Evil that comes teaches us common truth, teaches us common truth. Each is so different, each is so different, and in its own way, equally horrible. Every word for those who take up guns in their hands, take up guns for those who are defended by these hands, who are defended by these hands. Ever wanted this terrible experience, this terrible experience. Alerts in our heads, alerts in our heads. We Ukrainians, but we Ukrainians every day accepting this challenge, accepting this challenge. Europeans, like we 80 years Europeans. 80 years ago.
Коли я потрапила до харківського танка, тоді моя перша емоція була у мене навіть посиділо волосся, я нічого навіть посиділо волосся, я нічого не прожили.
3 месяца мы прожили здесь.
Я слышал только танки. Я слышал только танки. Ну, был единственный нашего вагона, мы любили почти все одинаково. Мы любили почти все одинаково. Метро любили. Просто я всегда гуляю с друзьями. Где-то на минуту забываю, что идет война. Забываю, что идет война.
Никита, что ты уроки делаешь? Никита, что ты уроки делаешь?
Они общались, они танцевали, они ждали, когда Катя придет со своей собачкой.
Великий час у харківських підземці, просто ночували тут на підлозі, просто ночували тут на підлозі, і стало більш сильніше. Дійсно, є вихід з будь-якої ситуації.
У мене велика родина, в мене 10 прийомних дітей, троє рідних, 10 прийомних дітей, троє рідних. Кожного різний характер.
У нас дружна родина на всі 100. У нас дружна родина на всі 100.
Гонки гуляли, бамбінтон.
Ми були раді, у нас все було вдома, чудово. У нас все було вдома. Я старалася все ж їм дати, щоб все було. Нам сильно було трудно перший місяць. Нам сильно було трудно перший місяць, що в 4 утра проснулися, що в 4 утра до нас русські приходили, хотіли мене вивезти з дітьми, хотіли мене розстріляти. Ми сказала, ну вони хотіли мене розстріляти, ми сказала, можете стріляти, ми все одно покинути наш Береслав прийшло, коли нас почали способними бомбами бросати. Вони мене часто страшно просять, мама, коли ми вже вийдемо додому. Просять, мама, коли нас вже освободять.
Якби закінчилась війна, я б повернулася додому. Якби закінчилась війна, я б повернулася додому.
Я вірю, що Україна переможе і все буде добре.
Вважаю, що 24 лютого я став повноцінним. Вважаю, що 24 лютого я став повноцінним. В той день лікарем-стоматологом в Києві. Доволі серйозний екзамен. Ми лікарі, доволі серйозний екзамен. І лікарі, що треба робити. Першу ротацію нас направили на підсилення в Бахмут, шпитальне підсилення в Бахмут. Ми їхали, врізалися в цю врізалися в нашого броньованого засобу, нічого нашого транспортного засобу, нічого не лишилося. Мені достатньо було подивитися на цю руку. Мені достатньо було подивитися на цю руку. І я побачив, що там ампутація. Все залежить від того, як ти сприймаєш речі. Все залежить від того, як ти сприймаєш. Правильне сприйняття, якщо нормально сприймаєш. Правильне сприйняття, є спогад, який нагадує нашому сироку. Є спогад, який нагадує нашому спав ранку. Це спогад, хтось не дав мені нормальну ранку. І хтось не дав мені нормальну люблю, коли мене будуть. І дуже не люблю, коли мене будуть ракети. Цей спогад нагадує, що цей спогад нагадує, але нам це що? Не ми перші почали, але нам це закінчувало.
Пані та панове, зустрічайте.
Ladies and gentlemen of Ukraine, welcome the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Thank you very much. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Please take your seats.
Шановні наші гості,
Dear guests,
шановні наші гості,
dear guests,
перші леді,
distinguished first ladies and gentlemen, first ladies and gentlemen, dear Olena,
дорога Олено,
dear Olena,
шановна прем'єр-міністр Данії, шановна
dear
прем'єр-міністр
Prime
Данії,
Minister of Denmark, dear Prime Minister of Denmark, Mette, dear participants, dear participants, it's a great delight of mine to welcome you all here. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very pleased to welcome you at the first ladies and gentlemen of the first ladies and gentlemen. I'm overflowing with joy. That Ukrainian succeeds in being efficient and high-performing. History is moved by decisions. History is moved by decisions. Robust decision is filled with the energy of an emotion. With the energy of an emotion. The making of this decision, and this is something that opens up the way for this decision. Opens up the way. It can be a strong outburst. It can be a very subtle. It can be a very subtle, not less important emotion. Not less important emotion. Special emotions that take people to the streets. Take people to the streets. with color streets and with slogans, flags, but there are also emotions. But there are also emotions that only one single person should feel, or one should be exposed to, and this is something that serves as an inflection point for history. As an inflection point for history, Ukraine make our history different by our history of the diplomacy of emotions, the soft diplomacy of emotions, this country, because this soft power is eloquent and it talks with the soul of each and every nation. Of each and every nation, vociferous and vocal. We are so vociferous and vocal world that this is world with the decisions, with the decisions that are winners, that are winning solutions, winners for people in the first place, and people in the first place. And nations as well. It's also important for these decisions to be grounded in the foundation, grounded of emotion, but not only that foundation. And it's not sufficient just to make decisions. It's not sufficient just to make decisions. There has to be a systemic approach to make emotions, to decisions, emotions, turn decisions into specific results, turn decisions into specific emotional power has the systemic emotional power. This is something that reinforces Ukraine. This is something that our country stronger. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy that we launched this format, the summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen. It has grown into a platform. It has grown into a platform. And our partner countries, we have Denmark, the Czech Republic, the United States, Denmark, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Serbia, Lithuania, Slovakia, Serbia, Slovenia, Slovakia, Moldova, Poland. Extend my profuse gratitude. Extend my profuse gratitude. Opinion leaders from Great Britain, leaders from other countries alike. Thank you very much for bringing this format to fruition. Thank you very much for bringing this format to fruition. My thanks go to you. The thanks go to format. Has been translated into reality. Has been translated into reality. Is taking place here right now. I'm very grateful to all of you and Olena for the high-level organization. Olena for the high-level organization. Testament to the fact that people have enormous potential. Maybe they do not enormous potential. Maybe they do not govern institutions. Basically, they have the fortitude and power that cannot be offered by institutions because they cannot be offered by institutions because they have strength of generosity and strength of generosity. And at such summits, and we can be exposed to arguments. We can be exposed to arguments, tones of voices cannot be heard from politicians and some other decision makers by dint and some other decision makers by dint her communications in Europe and the United States. We have been able to achieve progress. We have been able to achieve protecting our sky, in terms of getting air defenses and getting air defenses. It's all about the soft power because this is something that became a robust foundation that became a robust foundation that opened up multiple windows. The Republic of Korea, we have succeeded in Korea. We have succeeded in reinvigorating our relationships. The governmental representatives from governmental representatives visited this country. There was also a delegation led by the First Lady of Ukraine, and we had a great opportunity to have meetings. We had a great opportunity to have meetings with the opinion leaders in society in Korea. So this opened a new page in our history. And then the Prime Minister of Korea visited our country. Last year's summit of the First Ladies and Gentlemen was dedicated to the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine after the war. We encompassed a wide variety of issues and challenges, and there is a need for colossal challenges, and there is a need for colossal support globally. To those countries and their leaders who have already spoken out about their willingness to support Ukraine with support Ukraine recovery and reconstruction. Our foreign policy is aimed at making sure that the recovery of Ukraine turns into a global project, and I would like to take advantage of this opportunity. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity and express my profuse gratitude to Meta. She's present here because we will office on the recovery. Wanted to say that I might have jumped ahead. But it's not only about countries and international organizations. Countries and international organizations. We also have leaders, social benefactors, we have business representatives, we have business representatives, we have companies, moral and ethical principles, and make choices based on that, and make choices based on that. Reliable partners in the process of recovery. They know how to work in a systematic manner, and they know how to achieve results through our soft power. We've been purchase resuscitation vehicles, for our heroes, for our people, military heroes, and I believe that it's only fair and just to give a rapturous those who are defending our country day in day out. Defending our country day in day out. And I also want to say a big thank you to all the leaders present here for everything that you are doing. Everything that you are doing. We have shelters that secures protection for our children, and we also have well-equipped hospitals. We also have well-equipped Ukraine's armed forces. This Ukraine's armed forces launches yet another important space. Yet another important space. It's a large scale platform, even bigger platform than even things that I referenced before. The topic of mental health before. The topic of mental health to our country is paramount. It goes beyond medicine. It goes beyond medicine that should be available to all people that should be available to all people in a modern society. Especially in a society experiencing the most difficult challenge ever. Most difficult challenge ever. What a society can do. What a society should be. What a society should be. It was not by happenstance that I started my talk today that I started my power and the importance of emotions. Power and the importance of emotions. And spiritual strain mental and spiritual burdens of the war on our shoulders. Burdens of the war on our shoulders. Everyone can soldier through this baggage. Everyone can withstand this baggage. Everyone can withstand with baggage. From the history of the previous wars, that this mental burden, that this can be a detrimental and destructive for people and societies. Usually burden is preceded by outbursts of emotions. This is something that can push you towards life, but at the same time emotions can rupture. But at the same time emotions can rupture. History of any family, the history individual, any family, history of life, the history of peace, the history of life, the history of world is very vulnerable to emotions. Is very vulnerable to emotions. Baggage of emotions that will stay with people for a long time. That will stay with people for a long time. Becomes intolerable. Over time, this baggage becomes intolerable. That will not vanish into thin air, even when the hostilities vanish into thin air, even when the hostilities are over. A war smothers war continues beating you from the inside. Continues beating you from the inside. There's still suffering because there are still suffering resulting from the war. Losses resulting from the war. Leave anyone behind. We cannot leave anyone on the sidelines. We cannot leave anyone on the sidelines. Implications and ramifications of the war, with what the war does to the mind and with what the war does to the mind of every person, each and every city and village, each and every city and village in Ukraine decimated by artillery fire in Ukraine is scorched with each and every deceased, each and every deceased soldier can become a chasm between the military and the society, between the military and the society. To continue living its life. Every time a child continue living its life, every time a child sees blood upon this child witnesses the worst that the adult world can offer. That we have the panoply can offer. We have the panoply examples. The resilience of people has its limits. Resilience of everyone has its limits. Everyone has their limits to emotions. There are limits to the emotions. There are limits to the invisible that people are guided by. That people are guided by. Act for the sake of goodness or evil, for the sake of goodness or evil, light or darkness, to the detriment of themselves or to the detriment of their family members, to the detriment of their family members and society as a whole. Whether this will translate in reality is determined by the mental world of every individual. That's why we need to make sure that we are taking good care of that people are taking good care of people's health, that we do not really turn it into the chronic disease of this war. To this large representation at the summit dedicated to the topic of mental health, dedicated to the topic of mental health. Special domain, special requires dedicated attention, not only dedicated attention, not only on the part of our country, new institutions, new areas of rehabilitation, we need new areas of rehabilitation, we need to train personnel, we need to introduce new policies, we require new aid, not only aid, but new interaction and cooperation. There's also interaction and cooperation. There's also a need for people, a better understanding and sincerity, a better understanding and sincerity among people. So it's not only about diplomacy. We need to apply soft power in a systematic manner. But once again, all this needs to be geared not towards external emotions, but towards internal emotions, but towards the internal, to make sure that people will win, to make sure that side by side, that people will win side by side with their government, with their state. The war always leaves behind whatever is superfluous, whatever is not essential, whatever is not essential, whatever is empty. People, the war leaves what we need to be able to leave behind. We need to leave behind everything and anything that destroys life. Everything and anything that destroys life. We must build a system that this destruction and devastation, and I really hope that each outburst of emotion, and I really hope that each outburst of emotion forward help us lighter and more filled with light. Thank you very much, glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much, glory to Ukraine. Mr. President, thank you very much. Mr. President, thank you very much for this talk. And right now, we would like to give the floor. We would like to give the person who will make the Ukrainian sky more protected, Ukrainian sky more protected, and closer towards our victory. Ladies and gentlemen, towards our victory. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of Denmark.
Mr. President, First Lady, Mr. President, honored First guests, Lady, it's a great pleasure to be here today. It's a great pleasure to be here today. Only one goal to support Ukraine as long as it takes. Support Ukraine as long as it takes, and what it will Thank you, Ulana, for taking the lead on this very important topic, mental health. You, the brave men and women of Ukraine, the brave men and women of Ukraine are the first one to know that brutality of war has many faces. For 1.5 years you have been fighting a gruesome war. Many of you have experienced things that no human should ever seen what no one can bear. Families torn apart. And all of you who have lost a loved one. And all of you who have lost a loved one. Member, a neighbor, a friend. Member, a neighbor, it is only natural to suffer from such grief. As a human being, as a human being, community and as a community and as a country. And therefore mental health challenges should never be hidden. They should be recognized. They should be recognized and they should be dealt with. Ukraine has to win this ugly war. And all of us supporting your country must continue our efforts to assist you. That I promise you. There is an old saying. Winning the war is not the same as winning the peace. Ukraine's children, Ukraine's future, are Ukraine's future. And they have a right. And they have a right in their souls, to peace in their souls. Therefore, we need to bring mental health problems out. That's why Denmark has decided to support civil society work, mental health in Ukraine. We know mental health in Ukraine. Military donations. That our military donations. The F-16s. I have to mention the F-16s. Are some of the most important things we can do for you. But at the same time, and NGOs and civil society projects mental health when it comes to mental health our agenda will also be on top. Together we need to make sure that help is there when needed for the young ones, and for the young ones, and for the older. And I would like to say to you that speaking mental health openly about is a sign of strength. Is a sign of strength. In fact, it truly shows the rest of the world. It truly shows the rest of the world of a country you are. What kind of a country with the best interest of its people, with the best interest of its people. It's a modern society, and it is a modern society, strong society. And it is a strong society. And let us not repeat the mistakes of the wars where traumas were passed down through let the souls of the children of Ukraine find peace and terrible after this horrible and terrible. Once again, thank you, Olana, for shining light on this important topic. Thank you.
Дякуємо пані Фредеріксон за підтримку нашої країни.
For your unwavering support of Ukraine, and we are very grateful to our distinguished guests for being with us, and we are done with our summit dedicated to speeches and talks from the heads of states.
Ну що ж, а далі ми переходимо до історії тих, хто
experiencing this war at the cost of their own health, safety, and life.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are opening the second part. We are opening the second part, which is the impact of war. Which is the impact of war in this mental health. We're going to discuss how wars and conflicts, and whether it's possible to protect it, or prevent. How do such major challenges affect the mental health of both adults, military, and civilians? How will our children and our grandchildren emerge after these conflicts? For this purpose, we will compare the experience of different countries that were impacted.
І як ми можемо осмислити досвід? Війни? Can
we find experience of war? Can we find new values and meaningful events are happening around us every day, day in, day out? Every day, what can the world learn from our experience? How can this experience facilitate faith in humanity, support faith in humanity, support this experience, and how can this experience help us foster resilience? This will be the centerpiece of our next conversation.
Who will moderate this heartfelt conversation. He's one of the very first people to struggle for freedom and dignity. The one who had the courage to travel, the one who had the courage through the front line several months through the front line personally to record soldiers and civilians. And embodied them in his remarkable documentary film, Glory to Ukraine. I give the floor now to the French director, philosophe, writer and journalist, Bernard-Henri Lévy.
Ну і також ми запрошуємо тих, з ким сьогодні буде
that we are going to have this conversation with a young woman from Odessa who at the age of 19 on the first day of the full-scale war voluntarily went to the military enlistment office. At first they didn't want to take her into the army, but her perseverance overcame the obstacles and Rusa became a communication agent at the front line until a year later was due to being hit by an enemy projectile. That didn't stop her, and now with her own example she proves to other wounded people that life goes on. She herself dreams of getting back on a bike and to go on skating. Meet the beautiful and unbreakable Rusa, Ruslana Danilkina. Greek by passport, Ukrainian
Greek
at
by
heart, and
passport,
trauma
Ukrainian
surgeon
at
by
heart,
profession
and
and
trauma
training.
surgeon
He never
by
doubted
profession
for a
and
moment when the
training. He
enemy
never
came to
doubted
destroy
for a
everything
moment
that
when the
was
enemy
dear
came
to
to
his
destroy
heart.
everything that
So
was
at
dear to
first he
his heart.
selflessly went to
So
save
at first he
civilians in military
selflessly
men
went
in
to
a
save
hospital near
civilians in
Kiev,
military men
and
in
then
a
he went
hospital
to the
near
very hell
Kiev,
on the
and then
east
he went
of
to the
Ukraine.
very
You've
hell
already
on the
met him.
east of
And
Ukraine.
it was
You've
his
already met
story that
him.
we saw
And
amongst
it was his story
the
that
first
we
block
saw
opening
amongst
video
the
stories. The
first block
surgeon who
opening
lost
video
his right
stories.
arm
The
in the
surgeon who
fight
lost
of
his
this
right
war,
arm in the
but didn't lose
fight
his
of
zest
this
for
war,
life and his
but didn't lose
fantastic
his
sense of
zest for
humor.
life and his
Meet
fantastic sense
Hospitalia
of humor.
Alexis
Meet
Cholas,
Hospitalia
nicknamed
Alexis
Corinth.
Cholas, nicknamed Corinth.
Вона вже кілька років
Over the past couple
Вона
of
вже
years,
кілька
she has
років
been talking almost every day to people who have been taking through the experience of abduction, sexual violence, as well as torture, sexual violence, evacuation routes, and shelling of evacuation routes. She is the first Ukrainian woman to have won the Nobel Peace Prize. To have won the Nobel Peace Prize. Human rights defender and the ambassador of the all-Ukrainian mental health program, Alexandra Matvichuk. Your round of applause, please. Your round of applause, please.
So I'm supposed to moderate this panel. Just
panel.
before, I would like
Just
to make
before,
one,
I would like to
short
make
opening
one
remark. Short opening remark. As the Stefan said, I put my life on pause. I put my life on pause. Since 18 months, I shot 2 documentaries, and I'm shooting now a third one. During these 18 months, I met a lot of people. I met some enemies, prisoners, by your armed forces. They had mental health problems. All those whom I interviewed, were clearly insane, were clearly crazy, mad, crazy. Probably because all Russia is mad, because all Russia has a health problem and has a health problem. Those particularly did not know the war they were doing and why they were doing and why they were fighting. I was stricken by this insanity. I met many more, dozens, many more of your valiant defenders and heroes. I spent time with them. Nights, days, in bunkers, in trenches, sometimes around Bakhmut, sometimes around Bakhmut, as far as I could, due to my grand age, following their operation. What struck me is that all of them, they are wise. They are brave, of course, wise. Heroes, brave, of course, wise. Heroes, but wise, quiet, sane, quiet. Certainly, there is stress. There are troubles. Certainly, there are troubles. But they are so well mastered. With such a cold blood. And if mental health is another front line, I can tell that your defenders hold this line. This was for me very striking. They were men and women. They had no rotation since sometimes they did live during nights and days. Incredible, unimaginable shelling. Drives mad. It can drive mad. Sometimes I thought that I could have some stress. They did not have. And last but not least, many of your children. A few days ago, I wanted to attend a comeback to school in a little school in Ukraine. I will not quote the name. In Ukraine, I will not quote the name. And I wanted to film. and they wanted to film. Come back to school. Come back to school. It is the only country in the world. It is the only country in the world. Come back to school, which is a happy day in France, in America, which is a happy day in France, in America, under happens here, and with warning alerts. And with warning alerts. This morning, we were filming. There was an alert. There was an alert when the ring at the moment when the ring come back to school happened. When the come back to school, the little boys and girls. The little boys and girls, 4 to 7, 4, they were driven to the shelter. They were driven to the shelter. They did that again with such a calm, with such a strength, such a strength. And I thought their mistress were so brave and so intelligent. And so they acted as in the film of Roberto Bellini. Life is beautiful. You know, life is beautiful. They did for the children as if it was a game. They did for the children as if it was a game. As if it was very bad. As if it was very bad. Doing a sort of bad, but that their dads and moms were protecting the children. Were okay. And the children were okay. I have a hope. And really, I have a hope that your generation, of your kids, and the generation of your kids, and of your grandkids, out of this war, will come out of this victorious, of course, victorious, but of course, sane, and strong, sane. And maybe even stronger, and maybe than before. Even stronger. So you will overcome. So you will overcome mental health. This is my deep conviction. This is my deep conviction. Was my first remarks I wanted to do before starting. I turn to you, now, Roslana. We met to you, Roslana. A few months ago, we met. You were just few months ago. You were just out of rehabilitation. Out of great rehabilitation. We had a great encounter. I just would like to ask you. I just would like to ask you, since we met, very simply. Since we met, how do you feel? How are you? How do you feel?
Велике дякую, все добре.
Thanks a lot, everything is okay. I'm fine. Thanks a lot, everything is okay. I'm fine. I have been through the rehabilitation now, and at the moment, I'm trying to help our military personnel to get adapted, to accept themselves as they are, and to continue living in their new bodies. So everything is okay with me, thank you. So everything is okay with me, thank you.
Зі мною все добре, дякую.
Зі мною все добре, дякую. I'm great, indeed, thanks a lot.
На даний момент я
At the moment, I have already been discharged from the army. It happened a few days ago. It's very hard for me to say goodbye and to bid farewell to somewhere where I spent 1 year of my life. However, now I'm busy working at a rehabilitation center, which is called Superhumans, and every day I keep in touch with my patients. Ми не можемо. Unfortunately, we cannot hear Bernard Levy.
Superhuman is a clinic in Lviv, run by American volunteers mostly. Here there are some broken faces, people who had, like you, a missing member. And what struck me is that most of them, I drove a lot of interviews with superhumans. Their motivation is to go back to service. With one arm, sometimes blind. I saw a blind gentleman, a brave Ukrainian who had been wounded in Robotine. He wants to go back to fight and to go back to service, as you, my dear Roslana. May I turn to Oksana, if you don't mind? I know the great job you are doing, so important for the aftermath, collecting the proofs, documenting the crimes, And it is thanks to you and people following you that this unprecedented crime which Putin and Russia are committing will not be unpunished. So my question is the following. You are seeing so much. You are discovering so much, so many crimes, so many horrors. You are a witness of all that. How can you stand it? How can you live with all of that, with these ghosts in your mind? How do you live with that?
When Russia launched a war against Ukraine in February 2022, we sent some mobile groups to Crimea, Lugansk, and Donetsk regions of Ukraine. And in February 2014, back then, we didn't even actually understand that the war had started, and we didn't know how long it would continue. But we immediately began to document abductions, torture, sexual violence, and abuses, and intentional murders of the civilians in the territories occupied by the Russian occupiers. I personally went to question and interview lots of people who survived captivity. These were truly horrendous stories. People were telling us about how they were beaten, raped, how they were just encased in wooden crates, how they were losing their limbs because they were cut off, how they were electrocuted near their genitalia. And when together with our colleagues and counterparts, human rights activists, released the first report, which was called Those Who Survived the Hell, and this was not a metaphorical expression, believe me, I took upon myself to write about the section dedicated to torture, not because I'm interested in this type of war crimes, but just because my intention was to get used to this new reality, to throw a thicker skin, if you like, and I couldn't handle it. It didn't work out. And when looking back right now, 9 years on, I catch myself thinking, perhaps this is all right, this is normal, that we are not taking all of these things happening as a norm, that we are manifesting our protest and we keep fighting. But something that keeps us going, me personally, there are two things I can say for myself. First, it's the goal, because we are documenting all of these crimes. And right now, in our database for the tribunal for Putin, there are more than 10,000 such cases documented, 30,000 even such cases. We are documenting them because sooner or later, Putin, Lukashenko, the supreme leadership, military command of the Russian Federation, as well as all of the Russians who have been committing all of these crimes with their own hands, will definitely have to stand before a trial. And second thing being, people, of course, let me keep going, enable me. Of course, we are going through this dramatic time in a very dignified way, it's true. I remember myself staying in February and March 2022. International organizations were evacuating their personnel while civilians and common people were staying in Kiev. Those were common average Ukrainians who were helping each other to survive under the fire. Common people were helping to organize evacuations from encircled cities, trying to break through sieges with humanitarian aid. Common people were doing truly uncommon things, and it turned out that these common people, average people, could exert a much greater influence and impact than they could have imagined. And these examples of dozens of thousands of common and average people who do extraordinary things, they keep us going. And I'm so happy that the program of mental health, which was launched based on the initiative by the First Lady, whose ambassador I am, it keeps reminding people about this power and strength that people have within themselves.
Okay, may I turn to you, my dear Alexei? I know your history. I know that I recently met with a man whom everybody here called Orest, or the Archer of the Maidan. The Archer of the Maidan, the man who, in 2014, replied to the grenades of the Berkut with an arch. And he is now in a little unit of snipers of 5 people in Bakhmut. And he told me that the international volunteers, those who come from outside, he told me, wow, those who volunteer in this war, who come from another world, it is not necessarily their war, but they adopt it, and for him it is the best. So it is your case. So what drove you in this war? Why made you and all of you did and continue today?
My point is, in the first place, this is not just the war for the independence and the existence of Ukraine as a state. If we look at the major values of Greece, this is all about freedom and independence. The Ukrainian army is waging battles for its freedom. This is the core value of any civilized democratic nation. Therefore, we have so many international foreign volunteers because they know that this is the fight for freedom against tyranny.
And you know, of course, that all the field hospitals in Ukraine on front line, all the points of stabilizations are target number 1 for the Russians. In Chassivy Yar, I was there 3 weeks ago. There was brave medics like you, and the point of stabilization was bombed, and finally eviscerated by a missile and destroyed. Did you experiment that?
It's rather well known that the Russians are engaging in war, in fact, violating all of the customs and rules of war, and military medics are some of the primary targets for them. This is basically well known to all of the military medics. Yes, for Russian occupiers, medics are a target.
My dear Roxana, when we met, you told me that what happened to you paradoxically gave a sense to your life. You told me that before the war and before the tragedy, you did not know what was the sense of your life. And that now you told me 2 things. I am happy, number 1, and number 2, I know why I live. Can you elaborate on that, please? I had the privilege to hear that and to tape, but I would like you to address this to the First Lady, who had the grace to invite us to testimony, to witness here. Can you say that?
What I want to help our military. I want us. I apologize. I want our country to be healthy. I want our people, irrespective of what body problems they have, to live a full normal life. And I want our society to develop in such a way that for the society we do not differ from other people who are able. So for us to be a united, strong, and resilient nation.
And you do that in a magnificent way, and so brave. And it is a characteristic, by the way, of the great peoples and of the just wars. Ukraine is a great people, and the war you are compelled to wage is a just war, because it was imposed of you. One of the characteristics of these wars is that, I'm sorry to say it, it will embarrass you, all of you, but these wars create heroes. And what strikes me in Ukraine since 10 years I come, 9 years, and 18 months, is the number of apparently ordinary ladies, ordinary gentlemen, who from night to day became heroes. In Europe, we lost the sense of, in the old Europe, because you are Europe, we lost the sense of heroism. It was a value of Europe in past time. We forgot it. You remind, of course, President Zelensky, the Churchill of our times, the most respectable statesman in the world. Of course, the generals of your valiant armies, but everyone. In Ukraine, everyone became or will become or is able to become from one day to another a hero, which means someone who is ready to risk his life for something which is higher than himself. It can be your nation, it can be democratic values, it can be both. But this ability to risk his own life in the name of values that are bigger than you, this is a characteristic of heroes, and Ukraine is a people of heroes. This is personally what attached me to this country, and this is what makes me come on and put the rest of my life on pause. I would like your feeling to share my sentiment, my dear Alexei. You saw many countries, you had a great experience. Do you feel my feeling? Do you share my feeling about the heroism continuous of these people?
Я закохався в Україну ще до повномасштабної війни.
I got in love with Ukraine even before the full-fledged war. And after the full-scale war was launched, I got in love with Ukrainians even more, because to react this way to such horrible events could only the strongest nation in the world, and this is part of my life.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time is up. We're going to leave space to the next panel. It was a great honor for me to share these chairs with you three, Madam, and Sir. Great pleasure and great honor.
Нам теж було надзвичайно цікаво слухати наших героїв.
It's interesting to listen to our heroes, because they are the people who inspire us and whose example supports us and shows us the example of resilience. They were Alexis Chulas Corinth, Sojan and Rusa, the volunteer, and Alexandra Matvich.
My compatriot and our colleague, the chief editor of The Economist magazine, Zanny Minton-Beddoes, who's going to moderate a conversation. Zanny, welcome. Who are your guests? Who are you going to talk about?
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Hannah. I am thrilled to be here, thrilled to be back in Kiev after 18 months when I was last here, and thrilled to be, as your First Lady, Olena Zelenska, said, in this very special place of strength. It's an extraordinary place. If you haven't been, Stephen...
I've been inspired by it.
It is absolutely an extraordinary place. It's an extraordinary place in an extraordinary country. But what we are going to do in the next hour and a half, in the next few minutes, is to discuss further the experience of how war affects mental health. You had a fantastic conversation this morning about your own experiences, about the importance of mental health. But this question of war, conflict, and what it does is something that you are all grappling with, we can all learn from. We want to know what will happen not just now, in this extraordinary moment of resilience, but what will happen in the coming years and the coming decades. What will be the shadow of what Secretary Blinken said this morning, and many people have said, mental health is the invisible wounds, the not so visible wounds of war, of conflict. Is there also a trauma, a formula for not just coping with this trauma, but for growing from it? for actually, as a society and as individuals, gaining strength from this? And I think we're going to discuss that too, because whatever that formula is, I want to know what it is.
Well, the floor is yours.
Thank
you
you,
very
Stephen.
much, Danny. Thank you.
And there's one other question that I'm hoping my esteemed panel will answer, which is, what is the secret under these conditions to remaining human, to finding happiness and remaining human? And I think I know some of the answers. Those of you who are here and who saw that video of the children, those of you who have walked the streets of Kiev and hear the laughter, hear the life, what is that elixir? What is that secret? And how can we ensure that everyone in this country who has been through what you are going through and who will continue to go through what you are going through can gain that strength? And so to have that conversation, I am going to call back the remarkable First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, the founder of this summit, the third summit. Olena, please come and join me. We have a huge stage with many chairs because we have many people to join this conversation. And I'm next delighted to invite the First Lady of Lithuania, Diana Nausėdienė. Thank you so much for being here.
Вітаю вас. Aš esu Diana Nausėdienė, Lietuvos pirmoji ponia. Bet kuris iš mūsų susidūrė su gyvenimo iššūkiais gali patirti psichinės traumas, stresus, nerimą ir svarbu labai su tuo susidoroti. Reikia pažymėti, kad Lietuva išsivadavo iš postsovietinės.
From the post-Soviet space where psychiatry was used to persecute political prisoners and dissenters, Lithuania turned to the Western democratic direction.
Nepaprastai sunku kalbėti apie psichinę sveikatą karo Ukrainoje.
About mental health in the context of the war in Ukraine because it's actually to understand what's going on and it's very difficult to accept what's going on. Even 60% of Lithuanians feel stress because of what is happening in Ukraine. I want to thank the people of Ukraine from my heart who defend the freedom and ideals of humanity. The Lithuanian state and the people of Lithuania stand with Ukraine to the victory.
Thank you so much for joining us. And if that is your study or your office, I would love to have that office. It is beautiful. Thank you for joining us. Next, I would like to invite to the stage Eva Pavlova, the First Lady of the Czech Republic. Thank you so much for joining us. And now, I have the honor to invite Dr. Aleš Musar, the First Gentleman of Slovenia. Come join us.
My name is Aleš Musar. I'm the husband of the President of Slovenia, Nataša Pirc Musar. There are many stories which are sad and some which are uplifting. One of the most inspiring stories is this girl. She lost her leg already in 2014 in Mariupol. She was brought to Slovenia for rehabilitation and also provided with the psychosocial rehabilitation. She could have despaired, but she didn't. Slovenian Philanthropy is just starting a project in southern Ukraine, in the region of Odessa, when it is expected that about 100 teachers will be trained to provide psychosocial assistance in the next year. I'm grateful to Mrs. Olena Zelenska for bringing the issue of mental health to the fore. I hope to see Kiev again soon as a city of peace, and then the healing can start. We are all ready and prepared to help with this.
For that message. We now have 2 more seats, and I would like to join the conversation 2 experts. Dani Brom, the founding director of the Israel Center for the Treatment of Psychotrauma. Dani, would you please like to join us? I think the experience of Israel will be very important. Come and join us. And Viktor Dosenko, a pathophysiologist and geneticist and head of the department of the Institute for Physiology at the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Welcome. So I am going to start first, ladies and gentlemen, with the experts, if you don't mind. I'm just going to spend a little bit of time asking the experts about the results of the research that we have just heard. I'm a journalist, so I was taking notes. And I was struck by several things from this research. The first, of course, is that the consequences of the war in Ukraine, of this terrible invasion, are affecting people around the world. That was very striking to me. Half the respondents in the surveys around the world felt mentally affected. Of course, the highest proportion, of course, in this country, but broadly. Secondly, I was struck that, and this was in the first panel, the share of respondents who have been diagnosed with mental health condition is lowest in Ukraine of any of the countries. So people are profoundly affected, but it is not diagnosed as this. They don't consider this as this. And thirdly, and this gave me huge, huge optimism, the importance of the role of family and connections, by far the highest in Ukraine of any country, in coping with the mental consequences. They were the facts that struck me. And I wanted to start with you. Were you surprised by these results? Were you surprised at where Ukraine stood relative to other countries?
Actually, I was not surprised. Because when there is a war, and unfortunately we in Israel know what that is and what that does to us, then people go into survival mode. Something that may resemble post-traumatic symptoms, but they are not. They are adaptive ways of coping with threat. So, of course, a lot of people, when if there would be an alarm right now, we would all jump and do the right thing and get to safety. So that in itself is certainly not a mental health problem. It is mental health. And so I think that it's very important to not go and look for disorders at this moment. If people feel, I need help, it's good that there is help, and they use their family, they use their friends, and we can provide help, especially for children. It's important because we know that children are affected in mechanisms in their bodies that can affect them long term. So that's where we really need to take care of it, but not necessarily with a psychologist in a chair for 50 minutes, but by creating systems of care, systems of social support.
Does that change the longer a conflict goes on? Israel has 75 years of experience of periods of extreme stress, periods of less extreme stress, but constant threat. How does that affect the mental health of the society?
So it's a complex question because on the one hand, Israel is a very vibrant society. There is a very strong wish to recover, to do things. If you look at Israeli high-tech, you feel the adrenaline there is in there. And this adrenaline has two sides. It can be wonderful. Adrenaline does a lot of good for us, and you want to do things. And at the same time, if you get addicted to it, it's very hard to let go of it. And that will be the challenge also in Ukraine after this war is over. How do you get out of survival mode? Getting in, we all do. But how do we get out? Most people will do that, but then maybe you can also get out of it half or a quarter. And you still have some symptoms, but it's not a disorder. You just have to cope with it and see how can we soothe ourselves, how can we regulate our bodies, because these things are in the body. They're not only in the mind, it's not only mental, it's really in the body.
We will turn into a second to how you get out of survival mode. But first, Dr. Dosenko, I wanted to ask you whether you were surprised by the results of the research and what do you think when you see that research? Do you recognize your country in those responses?
Так, звісно, пізнаю, нічого дивного. Я тут
Yes, sure, I do recognize my country in those answers, and I fully share what the esteemed professor has just said. This is an understandable reaction. You have to survive, and hormones of stress help you go through this, what is considered an unbelievable ordeal. And it just so happened that it is going on in our country, that this is the epicenter of this trial, the trial of the evolutionary present mechanism which is inbuilt in our bodies. And as the results of this experiment are obvious, the overwhelming majority of people will respond to that by resilience. Some people will show post-traumatic growth, and the other part will be affected to post-traumatic disorder and other disorders related to stress. And a certain number of people will live in the condition of permanent stress, and that's also something we have to remember. The constant influence and the impact of hormones of stress leads to metabolic changes in the body, which makes it more likely that some conditions will arise in the body. And all of that can be summarized as age-related pathology. Chronic stress, post-traumatic stress, and other stresses initiate aging of the body and speed up the mechanisms which will prevent aging. Hence, hypertension conditions, irregularities of cerebral circulation, poor immune system, which are characteristic of people who are elderly, but it can befall them earlier than normal. So obviously, the task for the doctors and researchers now is to expose that, to find that out, and to help people and to decrease the number of people with post-traumatic disorders.
And let me turn to you again, Danny Brom. How do you, or what, I guess, what tips, what advice can you give for how to help both those people who are not growing from this, but also to reinforce and make it as societally as likely as possible that people can grow from this?
So the first thing I would say is not call these psychological issues invisible wounds. They're totally visible, and it's our responsibility to see it, but very often we don't want to see it. And the simple question of what did you go through and how does it affect you makes things totally visible. People, my colleagues very often say, maybe they're not ripe to talk about it. No, we're not ripe to listen to it. So there's an enormous attempt very often to shy away from it. So the first thing is open it up. People have gone through it, people can talk about it, they need to talk about it. Sometimes they need to not talk about it, which is also fine. But let it be open, then it's totally visible. The second thing is on the policy level. And for that, we in Israel have developed the whole idea of psychosocial defense policy. Because we need a lot of things. We don't need new institutions. We don't need new trauma centers or, no, what we need is the mental health institutions that exist. They need to understand. We need the teachers to know how to talk with children. What can they do to increase resilience? We hopefully are starting a program here in Ukraine on how to enhance teacher capabilities to deal with children and we should never forget there's always a certain percentage between 5 and 50%, 5 and 15%, that will need mental health services, meaning psychotherapy. So we need to get these services in place in an organized way. And that goes back to the recognition, and that's why I'm so glad that this is on the level of governments to really get a policy in place.
You're absolutely right. They are not even, as I said, less visible. These are very visible, and we should be talking about them. We should be. So that is an incredibly important point. You describe the psychosocial defense policy. I think that is similar. I wrote another phrase down earlier this morning that Dr. Oleg Romanchuk used, an air defense for mental health. What is, and this is the last question for you, what is Ukraine's air defense for mental health? What should you be building as a society, as a government? This is part of it. What will be the things that you need to build?
Передусім, я повністю згоден, відкрити очі.
First of all, I totally agree. We have to open our eyes and to see the problem. For this, we need to communicate. There should be a program of open communication, which is a program which has been launched in our society for the first time, which I absolutely commend. We have to ask the right questions. We have to spot the problems, and in order to see them, you have to contact with the patient. This year, together with our British colleagues, it's a wonderful story when I met Neil Greenberg, a wonderful British psychiatrist. And March and Stress company in the UK for 15 years has been working on trauma risk management program. This is a program of support, care, and screening of mental pathologies immediately after some bereavement or other traumatic experiences. We are learning actually all the components of the system, and we've covered a lot of military with this work, and we do hope that this will help us to timely find out these conditions and provide timely assistance. That's what the whole point of this DREAM program. For the civilians, there is a system of 5 questions which came from the Ministry of Affairs of the Veterans. This is a system of self-questionnaire, and this is something which should be in front of the eyes of every Ukrainian these days. This can also be displayed in grocery stores, at filling stations, and what have you. There are 5 questions, and if there are 3 or more positive answers to that, you will be well advised to contact a specialist in mental health. It does not mean that you have a condition, but it will mean that there is such a risk, and you should not ignore this. You should see this invisible wound.
Thank you. That was a fantastic backdrop to a conversation that I'm now going to turn to our first ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to turn first to you, Madame Zelenska, because you have, I think, really more than anyone else, put on the map this issue, the importance of this issue. You have founded this summit, and you are also, very visibly, you have been around the world. You are, along with your husband, a symbol of the resilience of this extraordinary country, the bravery, the steadfastness of Ukraine. But I want to start by asking you, I guess, a personal question. The resilience of your country you epitomize, but how are you yourself resilient? What is the mental challenge you yourself face every day?
Дякую, Заня. Дякую, що запитання особисте, тому що...
Thank you very much for the question being personal, because saying something very smart after the experts who are a hard act to follow. So I will use this chance and tell you about my own experience and my own feelings. I don't think that our family is very much different from other Ukrainian families in terms of what we're going through and what we're feeling. The main thing we feel these days is a constant, prolonged, never-ending stress. There's an interesting point. Unlike the English language, the word тревога, anxiety, is what we feel inside of us, and at the same time, the same word is used for air raid alarm. Тревога is the same word. So this anxiety slash тревога lives within us non-stop. And this is something you have to learn to live with. And this is tough. Among the recent emotions, recently we had the first school day. Children went to school in all countries. This is normally a festive occasion. And in my native town, Kryvyi Rih, children had to go straight to the basement for shelter, and when you see those children with bouquets of flowers that they brought for their teachers, this is very moving. It hurts. Or several days ago, a missile struck a school. The school was totally ruined. The school principal and his deputy were killed. So what do these children who are supposed to go to that school feel now? Their anxiety proved to be true, and it manifested itself in the worst form possible. All this weakens us, but we are always trying to find whatever makes you stronger, and we manage to. We recently heard about the research that only 1 out of 50 Ukrainians are asking for assistance in terms of mental health, but 52% said that they normally rely on interpersonal communication, connections, family, friends, when they interact. At the same time, most Ukrainians these days are volunteers. They are engaged in either fundraising or some other activities for the sake of support of the military. And I think that this is a subliminal instrument to strengthen ourselves and to make us more resilient. And this is the case with me as well as with the many people that I've communicated with. We understand that we have to ride it out, to tough it out. And of course, as the longer it goes on, at one point or another, your body may falter. But subconsciously, we always kind of know what to do. That's why I like all our discussions about mental health, because first we keep scaring each other, and then we say, no, not everything is that scary. We just think about it, how to survive. So let's speak more about that, and then it'll be less scary for us.
Can I just ask you one thing that was very powerfully put? You have founded and built up the All-Ukraine Mental Health Program. Tyak, how are you? Can you just tell us what the goals are of that? Because that is helping foster exactly what you're talking about.
Довго можна говорити. Я буквально
I can speak a lot about that. I will just briefly draw a sketch of what we are doing there. People very often ask me, where can we get a program? How can we download it? How can we watch a video about that? No, all that does not exist. The program of mental health for Ukrainians is a comprehensive work that is being done at all levels. It's all pervasive. You cannot cover everything and say that the program of comprehensive mental health is done. No, we have to keep working on this. First of all, this is about developing the right policies. All the relevant ministries are engaged. All the ministries have their line programs, and they're being implemented, and I'm sure that in the near future we are going to see them delivered. We are also talking about standardization of services. Sometimes services can be provided in not a professional manner, because if you put on a sign of your door that you are a psychologist, this does not necessarily make you a psychologist, and you will hardly be able to help people who need help of a professional.
So there has to be certification and standardization of services. The third component is a well-established network of services. It's difficult to say how many psychologists and psychiatrists one might need in a country to make sure that you can meet the need. And most experts globally say that it doesn't really matter which country you are from. Not a single country has a sufficient number of psychologists and psychotherapists so that everyone will be happy. So my point here is that we need to do everything within our capacity to increase the ranks of psychologists and psychotherapists. We need to deliver training to them. We need to cultivate a new generation. And it's also paramount to develop psychosocial care. In fact, I believe that it's important for everyone who works with people to be equipped with psychosocial care skills, medical professionals, teachers in the first place, but also all other people who interact with people on a daily basis. As experts claim, 90% of problems and challenges with mental health can be prevented if you lend a helping hand to a person, if this person is comforted and soothed during the first several minutes following a traumatic event. And in my view, there's another cornerstone of the nationwide mental health program that we are devising right now. This is psychoeducation and also the information campaign, the YAK, how are you? This is part and parcel of our approach. A lot of people believe that the topic of mental health is not that important. A doctor says that it's depression, and my mom thinks that I'm just lazy. Unfortunately, it just happened so that it evolved like that as part of our mindset and mentality. You have to knuckle through it. You have to tolerate it, you have to withstand it, and we need to break the mold of the stigma. People need to be aware of themselves. They need to be able to spot these red flags and initial signs of mental health issues. How to perform a self-test. How can you know that you're not doing okay, that it's not just about you being fatigued and tired. A lot of work has already been done, and I'm very delighted that a lot of people have already contributed. They are joining the program, and it's of great benefit and help to our mental health professionals because they've been working really hard for months and months. They cannot really just tell people, come to me, I will help you. We need to breathe a new life into our social opinions about mental health. This is something actionable, something practical and down to earth. Thank you.
I want to turn now to our other First Ladies and Gentlemen. And one of the many terrible consequences of this conflict has been that millions of people have been forced to leave their homes. They have been displaced either within Ukraine or they have been forced to leave and move to Western Europe primarily. And First Lady Nasidenia, Lithuania was one of the first to welcome thousands of Ukrainian refugees. So you saw people arriving, having seen the trauma that they left behind and seen the trauma in them. what did you see in them, in their eyes, and what support do you think, you have been working with them very closely, what support do you think they need, and what has Lithuania been giving?
Nepaprastai sunku kalbėti.
It's very difficult to talk because the presentation of Olena's thoughts raised a question in me. Now we're discussing the consequence of war on mental health. But probably we should ask ourselves what brought us to this war. What were the reasons that led to the war? What doctrines, what thinking systems led to this war? If I ask the audience whether the doctrine of denazification has the right to exist if the Earth is a human planet, please raise your hands if you think so, that this could be the case. When the war began in Ukraine, together with the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, since the first day of war, we kept in touch. And and Olena firstly asked me, Diana, help Ukrainians. Please help Ukrainians that are coming to Lithuania. Please, can you help them as much as you can? And we were speaking about the reasons. We were speaking about the possibility to overcome psychological trauma. And what is very important is strengthening relationships with the family and also security guarantees. What I saw in the eyes of the refugees during the first days of war, I saw broken life stories, I saw losses, I saw stories about lost parents, siblings, friends, loved ones. And our answer is the Ukrainian Center that we established together with Olena after 2 months since the outbreak of war, and it started its activity as a humanitarian aid center. And then we decided to rely on non-governmental sector. We also invited a university to become a partner of the center. We also invited various institutions. And the Ukrainian Center is a fantastic example of international cooperation and cooperation of local communities, where we see all people, the smallest ones, officials, come together to support Ukraine. And our answer is education, science, safety, stability, and support. Upholding community relations and integration into community. Ukrainians themselves provide a lot of training sessions to Ukrainians, and that's a double help because they are engaged and at the same time they learn at the Ukrainian Center. And at this time, around 80% of such activities are led by Ukrainians themselves. In order to understand what Ukrainians need, the Ukrainian Center, together with Vytautas Magnus University, started a survey on the needs of Ukrainians, and data was collected in all the regions of Lithuania. And this survey showed that Ukrainians now are mostly interested in learning languages. English, Lithuanian. So learning languages was identified as one of the main needs. Also, Ukrainians identified cultural events as one of the important needs, also preserving their identity. And together with Madam Olena joined our efforts on the project called Books Without Borders, so that every Ukrainian could have a book in their mother tongue in Lithuania. We also have a purely Lithuanian project, which is called the Book Start, which encourages early reading skills in families. So families are encouraged to read to children from a very early age. And now every Ukrainian child that is born in Lithuania gets a book in Lithuanian and in Ukrainian. So we encourage to foster this warm relationship within the family, all at the same time preserving the Ukrainian identity and Ukrainian culture in the families that live in Lithuania. We see that the situation is very dynamic in the community and very changing. The refugees that were very lost and uncertain at the beginning, now they feel psychologically stronger, they communicate, they meet up, and this community is very strong. As many as 97% of Ukrainians say that Lithuania received them very well, very, very warmly, and that they feel very well in Lithuania.
Thank you.
So our answer is stability for families, a strong social support, a strong community, and human values that we need to protect.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for everything that Lithuania is doing. Can I turn now, Eva Pavlova, to you? The Czech Republic has also welcomed very many refugees from Ukraine, but I also understand that there were many Ukrainians studying in the Czech Republic when the invasion occurred, and that these are young people who could have stayed, but in fact they packed up and were determined to defend their country. So you have seen both the bravery and resilience of people going back, and you have been incredibly welcoming to people coming to you. Can you tell us about your experience of the mental resilience of Ukrainians and the support programs you have?
People fleeing from the war. And there's another initiative, which is also important, the last but not least, Kultur Ukraine project. This is a project that was endorsed and supported by the Ministry of Culture of the Czech Republic, and we are implementing this project in tight cooperation with the city of Lviv. The main partner of this project is the Tanec Prague organization. This organization will train artists and performers in delivering art therapy to combat veterans who are recovering in the city of Lviv and other Ukrainian cities. We expect that about 20 artists and performers will participate in this project. They represent a wide array of domains and arts, like choreography, fine arts, and whatnot. The support comprises 2,000 art therapy sessions for hundreds and hundreds of people. There's one thing that I can say for sure. While we are taking care of people affected by the war, the Russian aggression continues inflicting new losses on Ukraine. We have to put an end to the atrocities of this war. And to this end, we have to be diligent, we have to be consistent and steadfast in combating the consequences for the population. It holds true of both the refugees and combat veterans. I'm personally ready to make my contribution to these endeavors, and if necessary, I'm ready to do everything within my capacity to help Ukraine establish good cooperation and contacts with Czech organizations and experts. The Czech Republic boasts highly professional and competent organizations, for example, the National Institute of Mental Health, inter alia.
Chtěla jsem říct, že vlastně v tomto boji jsme všichni společně.
I would like to point out that we are all together within this struggle.
Je součástí naší společné naděje pro Ukrajinu.
This is a common cause of ours. We have hopes for Ukraine's victory, and with this in mind, we are already devising reconstruction and recovery plans. Mental health, of course, must be the centerpiece of all these efforts. Mental health and the overcoming of trauma are important components of reconstruction and recovery, but not only, it's one of the prerequisites for successful recovery and reconstruction. I would like to provide you with assurances. I would like to provide all of you involved in diverse activities with assurances that our support will be unwavering and it will last into the future. We briefly touched upon the prevention of mental health challenges and problems. And in this context, I would like to note that the Czech Republic has experience of economic crises. We successfully overcame the COVID-19 pandemic, but the ongoing war in Ukraine definitely had an impact on the mindset of young people and the entire Czech society. There's one more thing that I would like to incorporate into these endeavors. In our primary schools, we launched mediation programs. These programs target primary school kids, and within this program, seasoned mediators train younger generations. We launched such a project in one of our cities. It started as a pilot project, and now we can see that it's of the utmost importance to do a lot of work in secondary schools and the education system in general. The information garnered from this pilot project has been very helpful because we can see that kids are capable of coping with multiple responsibilities and they are well positioned and equipped to address a litany of problems. They are very good at talking themselves into feeling good or doing the right things. And after this program, we can see that school principals are not inundated with problems anymore. So these new mediators receive certificates following the program. This is something that has been very beneficial because it helps us address such problems as a large number of divorces, for example. And within this project, we can only hope that young people will not have to take as many antidepressants, and this program would also reduce the need for highly professional psychological care.
Thank you. Thank you for those words of solidarity, and thank you for those detailed programs. It's fascinating. I would love to hear more of the art therapy program and indeed the mediation in schools. Really interesting, concrete things that the Czech Republic is doing. Last, let me turn to our first gentleman on the stage, Dr. Musa, Slovenia. Slovenia does have experience of this. Slovenia has experience of providing support, welcoming large numbers of people. 3 decades ago, large numbers of people fled the war in the Balkans to Slovenia. Can you share your experience then, what you learned then, and what the difficulties were and how you overcame them as a country?
Thank you. Indeed, yes. For Slovenia, being a small country, 70,000 refugees from Bosnia 30 years ago was a large number, but it's not only 70,000 refugees who have lost their property, who have lost their homes. There are 70,000 stories, and there are 70,000 traumas. And among those 70,000, there were 10,000 primary school children, a particularly vulnerable group, as we have seen in the research before, and certainly in dire need of psychosocial help. As Madam Zelenska mentioned before, our healthcare systems cannot really cope with the increased number of mental disorders, even in ordinary circumstances, much less in war. So we had this huge problem. The humanitarian part of that problem was, shouldn't call it easy, but solvable. You provide what you can. Now, the psychosocial part of that was a different question. Now, those children, to continue their education, for them, refugee schools were organized in Slovenia following the Bosnian curriculum with Bosnian, mostly refugee children, teachers, and under supervision of Bosnian education authorities. It is in a way similar to what the Ukrainian children abroad are now doing. They're studying under the Ukrainian curriculum, which really is a double burden for them. I know that from our experiences in Slovenia, because they're also following our own curriculum. So we had those children at schools. And to reach as many children as possible with at least basic psychosocial help, non-medical one, their teachers were trained to recognize the signs which were mentioned, are not that difficult to see, to recognize the needs and to provide such basic help. Of course, the teachers themselves needed the psychosocial help first, because they were the refugees themselves, losing, in fact, much more. For the children going to schools, that already provided an element of stability, an element of normal life. Their parents didn't have any kind of normal life, and as families should be the first support for the children, they were not able to do that. So we really relied on the teachers. We also relied on several volunteers which were added to that, so you can call that school-based or community-based psychosocial help. The point is, it worked. Not only that, it actually spread to the families of those children, with the help of the teachers and the volunteers, it was possible for children to find the good in time of evil, as it was mentioned before. And this is really an essential requirement for mental well-being. Now, this development of community-based psychosocial help was not some brilliant foresight on our side. It was really a learning process. It developed from the need. It's really a misfortune to be forced to find solutions for such need. But as said, it worked. And the method was successful as implemented by Slovenian NGOs. So it was used in other areas of conflict, like Kosovo in the Balkans, like North Caucasus, Morocco, Pakistan, Gaza Strip, and others. And now, as I mentioned in the introductory video, it is starting in Ukraine. But it has to be kept in mind that even when the shooting stops, the problems do not disappear. The trauma remains. The mines remain, the explosives remain. Our experience, the Slovenian experience, was that to help post-war recovery of Bosnia, our government established a humanitarian organization primarily for demining, ITF, of which the director is today in my delegation. But it soon started to provide also physical rehabilitation to the victims of mines and other explosive devices, and found out immediately that it was also necessary to provide psychosocial help. So the scope of the work increased, the geography of the work increased to other countries. It's several donors involved with that. And since 2015, the activities are also in Ukraine, as again shown in the video about a girl in Mariupol, for whom I am This I'm happy to say that Mr. Lorencic told me that she just got a boyfriend in Slovenia. He is with me today because just yesterday we opened the ITF office in Kiev, which will coordinate its activities in Ukraine and coordinate also psychosocial help which is needed in those areas. Thank you.
Could you kindly turn on the mic because we cannot hear it? No. No, still not. The interpreters are not getting the sound, sorry.
As always, the First Lady comes to the rescue. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that perspective too. Let me now turn to a video from the several First Ladies and gentlemen who wanted to be here but couldn't be here but do want to take part by video.
Russia's bombs and bullets continue to rain down on the women, children and men of Ukraine.
Wojna zmienia w sposób diametralny życie jej ofiar, które doświadczają dramatycznych wydarzeń niosących poważne konsekwencje dla zdrowia psychicznego.
That traumatic experiences can have a long-lasting impact on mental well-being and health, especially with regard to the many people that have found refuge in Germany from the war in Ukraine.
Japan will firmly stand with the people of Ukraine to restore peace on the beautiful land of Ukraine.
Deeply concerned about the mental health and well-being of Ukrainian people. We have extended essential humanitarian assistance consisting of 4 cargo planes of food and medical aids for Ukrainians, underscoring our commitment to stand by your side in time of need.
A few weeks ago, together with the First Lady of Lithuania, we visited the Ukrainian center in Vilnius. We heard the moving story of 3 young Ukrainian women who fled the war and took refuge in Lithuania. In their words and in their eyes, we felt their courage. We also felt their fragility, their humanity, in the face of unspeakable atrocities of war.
Here in Sweden, we meet many Ukrainians, not least children and young people who have been forced to flee to our country. We are all impressed by their courage, strength and will to find a functioning life in Sweden, even though all they dream of is peace and an opportunity to return to a free Ukraine.
We have about 100,000 people living in homes of British families across the country. What I found so touching was how much the British families and the Ukrainian families came together as one big family, whether it was sharing meals, whether it was getting the young people to school, helping them understand, of course, the English language, but also the culture.
I met Ukrainian children with their families at the Children's Oncology Center at the Charité Hospital in Berlin. They had to leave their home country because of the Russian war, and at the same time have been so ill. But still they are so positive, both the children as well as their parents. And I was deeply touched.
Just last June, First Lady Zelenska joined me for a working tour here in Israel. We met Noi. Noi is a young Israeli mother of 3 who lives in a southern Israeli town on the Gaza border. She herself grew up in the shadow of constant fear of missile attacks. Noi told us about the heavy toll protracted trauma takes on her family. But she also said that she knows about the difference between being alone with the fear and pain and being supported.
Türkiye olarak ilk günden bu yana tahribatın azalması, savaşın bir an önce adil ve hakkaniyetli bir barışla sonuçlanması için gayret sarf ediyoruz. Bu çerçevede dostum Olena Hanım'ın girişimleriyle aralarında özel gereksinimli çocukların da bulunduğu 1196 çocuğumuzu Türkiye'ye getirdik.
W Polsce cały czas udzielamy wszechstronnej pomocy ukraińskim uchodźcom. Głównym tematem kursów był zespół stresu pourazowego. Cieszę się, że pomoc ta mogła dojść do skutku dzięki inicjatywie podjętej przeze mnie i pierwszą damę Ukrainy Olenę Zełenськą jako wyraz naszej solidarności i współpracy.
We're going to invite the Minister of Health of Ukraine, Viktor Lashko, to the stage. Minister.
Hello and welcome everyone. I wish everyone strong health, mental health, inclusive. I know for sure that diplomacy of soft power is working, it's efficient, and it bears its own results. Since the 24th of February last year, millions of Ukrainians have been receiving medical help and assistance beyond Ukraine. Over 3,500 Ukrainians have been evacuated from Ukraine in order to treat the wounds of the war. 13,000 tons of humanitarian medical aid has arrived in Ukraine for Ukrainian medics to be able to rescue and resuscitate the lives of the Ukrainians suffering at the hands of the Russian terrorists. Hundreds of resuscitation vehicles, incubators, and many more things. Today, this is a shoulder of support that the Ukrainian medics are getting these days. And I think, Madam Olena, that every summit throws light on the medical topic and medical issues, and we are obtaining answers to our questions. And this third summit is a new result, a new output for us. It's a satellite summit at the level of the ministers of health. 14 ministers of health have today been participating in this summit. And the result of that is the joint statement where we have 4 main points. First, the work on mental health everywhere, globally, and global network. Secondly, it's international medical cooperation. Third, human resource replenishment in the healthcare system. And fourthly, it's the mental health of the medical personnel themselves. And within the framework of these statements, we today made an agreement and a pledge that the international medical partnership will find its reflection in the resolution about the HR resources in the medical area, for the resolution to be released by the WHO organization in the nearest future in October this year. As a follow-up to these statements and agreements, today we have signed memoranda on 25 medical partnerships. 25 Ukrainian hospitals have found their partners beyond the borders of our country. Today at the summit, there are 13 leaders of medical healthcare institutions outside Ukraine. And today they're interacting with our Ukrainian healthcare institutions, swapping and sharing experience and launching international partnerships. At the level of university hospitals, multi-profile hospitals, children's hospitals, oncological centers, rehabilitation centers, centers of recovery for psychosocial support and relief. And we're not stopping at that. Today, we are just making a small pause for us to get a move on. And today's ministers present here in this hall from Estonia, Lithuania, Moldova, are going to continue launching this network to cover the whole of their countries, because fighting together and protecting and fighting for our own, we have to implement something that is really, truly proficient. I can tell you one thing, not a single country, not a single system, healthcare system, will be able to resist and respond to such challenges unless there is partnership and a shoulder to cry on or to lean on. And I'm very much thankful for this launched program of partnership, for the diplomacy of soft power, for the support that our country is gaining when fighting the aggressor. And I'm sure that we will be victorious. However, I'm also sure that we will gain positive results that will be to the benefit of the whole human race. Thank you very much. Thank you, the First Lady, Madam Olena.
Віктор Ляшко, міністр охорони здоров'я.
Victor Leshko, healthcare.
Will be full of love and light.
And you're absolutely right, of course, Hannah. And in this part, we want to talk about modern teenagers, how they see this world and future in it, what challenges they face every day, how they overcome it. We've heard from Katerina, but we've got some other people to hear from, some adults, and who have a lot to offer. And I have the great pleasure of introducing the moderator of this conversation about the generation of the future, my very dear friend, a one-time First Lady herself of the United Kingdom, the chair and co-founder of the remarkable Their World charity. It's Sarah Brown. Sarah, the floor is yours.
You're pointing up. Thank you very much. Coming behind you. Thank you so much. Well, we're on this last session. Thank you to Stephen and Hanya and also to Katja for that wonderful conversation before. Now, our conversation is about that generation of the future, and hearing from a number of speakers, we're going to focus on the concerns and challenges, but also the opportunities for the younger generation. So, allow me to invite the first participants to our conversation and to welcome the First Lady of Estonia, Sirje Karis.
Hello, my name is Sirje Karis. I am the First Lady of Estonia. I was most shocked when reading the statistics of suicides and attempted suicides among young people in Estonia. Each individual story is terribly sad, but statistics reveal the scale of the problem. This is why me and President Alar Karis have decided to make mental health of young people one of the central themes of the presidency. Taking care of mental health becomes especially relevant in crisis situations, supporting the Ukrainian refugees. Providing good mental health support is about a solution to all the modern challenges.
And here today with us also is the First Lady of Serbia, Tamara Vučić.
Mental health is a current topic at any time and in every corner of the globe. Every day is a test. It's a struggle. Life is unpredictable, but the way we perceive challenges and how we tackle them is entirely up to us. It seems to me that everlasting love is the most important factor for overcoming all crises, including mental ones. With all due respect to modern medicine, with love, all other crisis-solving skills can succeed, but without it, none of them.
And also a big welcome to the spouse of the Prime Minister of Armenia, Ana Akobayan. And it's with great pleasure that I invite the partner of the President of Slovakia, Juraj Rizman.
My name is Juraj Rizman. I'm partner of Zuzana Čaputova, the President of the Slovak Republic. My mother is a psychologist, so I grew up in the family where mental health was not a taboo. It's very important to speak about the mental health, especially now, after all those traumas from crisis. But to speak is not enough. We need to act. Slovakia faced several challenges in this area. On one hand, we managed to adopt strategic documents, new policies, but on another hand, we are still lacking a lot of mental health care therapists, for example. Good news is that there is a lot of awareness through the young generation. They really take care about their mental health and they speak about it. That's something different from my generation. What we need to provide are the services for them. That's a challenge for Slovakia.
with us, we have the psychologist Natalia Pidlisna and well-known Ukrainian stand-up comedian and volunteer Vasyl Baidak. Welcome, come and join us. And with great pleasure, I also present to you another participant of the conversation who will join us online, the Hollywood actor, public figure, and a good friend of Ukraine, Richard Gere. It tested earlier, and he was on. I was assured he was online. Here we go.
There.
Richard.
There I am. Hello, everybody.
Welcome.
Hello, hello, hello.
Greetings. I know that everyone is delighted to have you join this First Ladies and Gentlemen Summit here in Ukraine. Let me start by talking to you, and let's have you kick off this discussion. I'd like some thoughts on yourself as a teenager, but also really how you would advise young people thinking about the differences for them today, how you find common language with them as a parent, how we understand each other better.
Well, first of all, I want to say the kids you've had on this program are pretty amazing. The intelligence and the wit and the wisdom that they're expressing is pretty extraordinary, especially in the situation they're in right now. I have a son who's 23, and then I have younger kids who are 10, 4, and 3. So I have some experience in this world. My own teenage years, I think were maybe typical of all teenagers, of not quite knowing who I was and what I wanted, what my future path would be, my voyage through life. There were a lot of insecurities, what I call at this point a dissonance from my experience of myself and my experience of the world and what I was told the world was, and what I was told and habituated to thinking that the world was. And that led to, I think, a lot of tension and confusion in my life. Thankfully, it took me into a profession that I think helped me engage those feelings of isolation sometimes, feeling very alienated and alone, which I came to realize was kind of the state we were all in, and to some degree or another. And then I grew up as a teenager. I was in the 60s, and that was the time of the Vietnam War. And very different from the European situation. The war wasn't in America. It was in Vietnam, very far away, different culture, different language, different ways of seeing the universe. And I was very much at jeopardy of being sent to that war. And that, I think, was the overlying tension of men, especially, of that time. Thankfully, I was able to have a profession, as I said, acting, making movies. First of all, it was theater. That gave me a lot of focus and kind of insisted that I look at my own mental health, look at how my mind works, at how my emotions work. And also it led me in my exploring my own mind and the universe, took me to Buddhism, which has given me a very solid background of understanding myself and the universe, but a path going towards a kind of freedom and openness I think we all look for. I'm often thinking of a story that was told to me many years ago. It was about a grandfather and a grandson. And the grandfather was with his son's grandson. The grandson loved his grandfather very much and was always sitting on his lap and hugging and kissing. And at one point, the grandfather said, "Did you know, I don't think I ever told you, but I have 2 wolves living inside my heart." And one is very kind and very gentle and loving and very wise. And the other one is angry and causing trouble all the time and hates everyone. And the two of them fighting constantly inside my heart. And the grandson said, well, which one is going to win? And the grandfather says, whichever one I feed.
Thank you so much.
And I think you're in a situation, well, I want to take that a little further. I think you're in a situation there now where one can give in to the anger and the hatred of this horrendous moment in Ukrainian history that you're living through right now, and real pain in the real world. But there's another way of looking at this that is the larger heart and the larger mind that can see things in a larger perspective. And for teenagers and for all of us as adults also to be aware that that larger absolute part of us, the absolute mind and heart, will always triumph over the relative. We have to keep identifying with it.
Great. Thank you so much, Richard. We appreciate that contribution. Now, I'm mindful we've got to get everybody in, and this is at the end of a long session. But I want to hear from the expert psychologist here, Ms. Pilica. Thinking about the earlier presented research results, did they surprise or confirm your expectations, particularly with regard to Ukrainian? And also highlighted within that were some of the digital challenges, and I wondered how you thought that affected teenagers today.
Мене не здивувало зовсім. Мені здалося, що я це десь чула. І я думаю, що всі, хто тут знаходиться, це все чули. Тому що ми бачимо це кожен день і кожен день відчуваємо, так само, як наші діти і наші онуки. І мені здається, що в цих цифрах дуже багато болю. Ви бачили таку дивну річ, що діти говорять про сором через те, що їм треба звертатися за допомогою. Ви бачили таку дивну річ, що діти не можуть звернутися за допомогою. Тобто велика частина дітей, але я думаю, що і дорослих також, мають звернутися, але не можуть. І ми можемо побудувати безліч сервісів. Ми можемо розробити політику і програми психологічної, психіатричної допомоги, але якщо ми не будемо через засоби масової інформації, через соціальні мережі змінювати ставлення людей до психологів, до психіатрів, якщо ця професія не перестане бути стигматизованою, то ніхто не піде лікуватися, ніхто не піде рятувати себе, ніхто не піде отримувати допомогу. І ось це, мені здається, дуже важливо, щоб ми всі усвідомили і почали інформування, почали зміну ставлення у дітей і молоді і почали змінювати їхню поведінку для того, щоб вони могли отримати допомогу. А розпочати треба з себе.
Thank you. Now I'm going to turn to the First Lady of Estonia. Ms. Harris, I know that you and your husband have really prioritized mental health for people and made it one of the center of your activities, and that this happened after you were shocked by the statistics of suicide amongst young people. This is a really difficult subject, but one that we can't ignore. Can you share with us how your state copes with that and addresses that and is meeting those challenges?
Does it work? Yes.
Yes, it does.
First of all, I really like to say how brave and clever are our young people. We heard these videos and there was a nice young girl. It is amazing. They are our future. But as everybody already has talked quite a lot of problems, Then anyway, I want to share with you some practices in Estonia, if you don't mind. A start is a little bit not easy for me. Dorohi simi, dorohi materi. Dear Olena, dear friends of Ukraine, children and young people are one of the most vulnerable segments of our population. Statistics underscore the fact that adolescents often grapple with mental well-being concerns more widely than any other group cohort. Some lifelong conditions have their roots in childhood experiences. Therefore, it becomes our solemn duty to provide the best support for our children to navigate the challenges they face, and doing so, possibly prevent future health issues. Are you hearing me? Okay. We need more action by governments and by civil society, but not single initiative is enough. Our strategy must be rooted in the establishment of an all-encompassing support system, meaning accessible help for everyone based on their needs. In Estonia, we are wholeheartedly committed to constructing such a system. It might be useful to think of those mental health services as a pyramid. At its top, we find professional assistance provided by psychiatrists and clinical psychologists, suited for addressing severe cases. However, in order to prevent escalation of most issues to the level where such professional help is needed, it is imperative to foster services at the lower tiers of the pyramid, namely community-level services and initiatives geared towards nurturing the psycho-emotional resilience of our people. This translates into an educational paradigm wherein children are equipped with the tools to navigate their emotions, recognize problems, and provide support. The same holds true for parents and for educators. While it is tempting to blame internet and social media for the challenges our youth face, we must first look in the mirror and ask ourselves, have we really made our best to make our children feel safe and supported? Have we created an environment that nurtures their resilience for handling the complexities of both digital and real-world scenarios? Let us all call for healthy relationships with friends and family, for more green spaces in cities, sports facilities, safe environments for spending time with friends, for widely accessible non-formal education and cultural institutions such as museums as well, and libraries as well. All these play a pivotal often overlooked role in supporting mental health being. Consequently, we must acknowledge that every facet of our police making must constantly be framed within the context of mental health. Every policy can and should be mental health policy.
Thank you. So if I could move now to our First Lady of Serbia, Mrs. Vucic. You raised before your concerns about dangers for teenagers on social networks and online. I wondered if you could talk a bit about what the Serbian government has been doing with the working group to support youth mental health and safety.
Yeah, if we're talking about social networks, I believe that everyone here would agree that they are really powerful means of communication that raise such high standards that are impossible to follow. And I believe we are living in a time that Warhol foresaw, that each of us has that popularity and that glory for 15 minutes. And such state of the play is a challenge for a grown-up person, let alone for a child, a young person who has not reached that point of maturity and self-confidence. Young people, they are susceptible to influence. They are susceptible to manipulation, if you want. And I believe it's up to us to help them in a way to encourage them to work on themselves, to work on their education, to work on building a critical opinion and critical thought in order to be able to run everything they hear, everything they read through a filter of their own virtues and their own values and emotions. We need to explain them that that bubble they're living in is not the real one, and that they need to establish real contacts instead of online ones. If we don't do that, if we fail, we will have more generations, we already have them, unfortunately, which are more depressed, more fragile, more anxious, and so on. So I believe we need to put some effort and to talk to them. In the first video that was broadcasted here, I said one word, and that's communication. I think that's the point. We need to communicate and to motivate them to open up, to speak about their emotions, about their problems, challenges they're facing, because adolescence is a period that each of us went through. It happens in Belize. I had an opportunity to participate at a conference there, speaking about adolescent period, and I heard the same fears, the same challenges I heard in Serbia, in China, or here in Ukraine. So these are the same things, and they need to know that we all went through that, or their peers are going through that at this point in time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to turn to Baydak, who many of you may know is a well-known comedian, but also well-known for his volunteering. And what I'd like to ask you really is, what is it that you think modern teenagers are striving for and what they live by? And what place do these digital technologies occupy in the lives of teenagers to get that balance that we've been hearing between harm and benefit?
Вибачте, так, дослуховував. Підлітки хочуть мира, це 100%, це те, що вони хочуть. Вони хочуть уже закінчення всього. І для мене це дуже важке питання, тому що я часто спілкуюся із підлітками, із молоддю, і відбувається зі мною приблизно те, що зараз сталося зі мною, коли я подивився фільм «Антоніо». Це де ти бачиш дітей, які існують в нашій страшній реальності, яку ми розуміємо, наскільки вона жахлива, але для них вона реальність. І це найважче усвідомлювати мені за все. В принципі, в цілому, за часи повномасштабного вторгнення я плакав десь раза 4, один раз сьогодні. Дякую тобі, Антоніо Лукіч, це 4-й був. Я не знаю, чому ви аплодуєте, надіюсь, не тому, що я плакав. Так, це чудовий фільм. І другий раз це був якраз, коли я їхав одного разу в електричці в березні з Києва до Вінниці. Я повертався додому і я випадково чув діалог хлопчика, йому десь було 3 роки, 4, і він спілкувався з мамою, він спілкувався на жахливі речі, це було дуже важко. Але він говорив, куди ми їдемо, вона каже, ми їдемо далеко, він каже, а чому ми не вдома? А вона каже, тому що немає у нас вдома. Він каже, о, це його бах-бах, оце так, бах. І вона каже, так, оце після бах-бах. І він це розповідає, як будь-яка дитина, яка розповідала би про свинку Пепу чи про будь-що, але для нього це реальність. І це найважче мені усвідомлювати, що взагалі стосовно молоді, підлітків. Але те, як вони тримаються зараз, і те, як вони жартують, тому що часто я теж чую жарти підлітків, жарти молоді, як вони жартують в важких ситуаціях, це надихає дуже сильно, тому що я взагалі сам стендап-комік, і я працюю з гумором, стендап-гумором десь 10 років. Спочатку я був в абсурдному жанрі, такому гротескному, сюрреалістичному, щось близьке до Монті Пайтон, до шоу Фрай і Лорі, до шоу Довгоносиків, якщо у нас тут згадати. І коли почалось вторгнення, я відчув, що я не хочу перебувати в інших світах зараз на цей момент, тому що для мене абсурд – це ти відштовхуєшся від реального світу і далі летиш в світа гротескні, сюрреалістичні і там вигадуєш. Але з початку вторгнення я відчув, що я хочу залишитися в цій реальності і жартувати в цій реальності, тому що гумор став… Часто говорять, що гумор – це зброя. Ні. Тим паче в умовах війни нічого не зброя, крім зброї. Але гумор – це броня, однозначно. Це 100% те, що я відчув. І тому ось саме гумор, він допомагає мені ментально, він допомагає тим, хто мене чує ментально. Перший, хто мені вказав на це був батько, тому що почалось вторгнення. Ми всі були в цей момент, і це був жахливий момент, але якщо ми себе згадаємо, то ми всі згадаємо якийсь смішний момент із того, як би це цинічно не звучало, але це так є. Я батькові сказав, що почалось вторгнення, він дивився в вікно, і він, мабуть, не усвідомив, він просто сказав, ще й дощ пішов. І я розсміявся, і він розсміявся, і я такий, вау. Так ось воно що. Цей гумор. І потім я виступав для військових близько до передових позицій, виступав для військових, які були на реабілітації, виступав для людей, які були в деокупованих місцях. І коли ти бачиш людину, яка сміється, це була жінка, яка сміялася в Ягідному, я її запам'ятаю обличчя, сміх на все життя, тому що вона сиділа на ящику з-під російської зброї, тому що росіяни тримали в окупації Ягідне, вони тримали людей більше 30 днів в підвалах. І через тиждень ми приїхали туди з волонтерської організації розбирати завали, і мене попросили там дати стендап. Я, чесно скажу, я сказав, я не хочу, бо я боюся. Я не знаю, як люди які пережили такий страх і біль, як вони можуть взагалі сміятися. І ось вони сиділи на ящиках з-під російської зброї. На фоні мене був згорівший будинок культури, на фоні позаду них були їх пошкоджені і зруйновані будівлі, але вони сміялися. І гумор – це надзвичайно має потужну силу. І ось там була ще третя важка ситуація із молоддю, де я спілкувався із дівчинкою, яка була в підвалі в окупації російській більше 30 днів. І вона сказала, а ти знаєш, чесно кажучи, а я навіть і скучаю за тими часами, тому що ми там всі були гуртом, ми там всі були разом. І ти розумієш, що це її реальність, яка не має бути такою. Треба робити все можливе для того, щоб ця реальність змінилась на ту, яку ми бачимо у всіх гарних фільмах, книгах, казках, піснях. Я можу багато, ви мене зупиніть, бо я ж не знаю, як… I don't know when I must finish.
Just tell us where your next booking is and everyone will come to that gig.
In London.
Come and see him in London, but thank you so much. Thank you for speaking to us today. So I'd like to turn my next question across to the First Lady of Armenia, Ms. Akabayan. In addition to being the First Lady, a public figure, a journalist, you're also the mother of 4 children. This is juggling a lot, but thinking about your children and the children of your country and beyond and here in Ukraine, what does a future hold for that younger generation, and what is it that the First Ladies and Gentlemen can do to help that next generation with their work?
Dear moderator, thank you for a thought-provoking question. First of all, I would like to welcome the initiative of the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, to hold this first summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen. This is a very important platform to discuss our problems and maybe find solutions. As you said, I am a mother of 4 children. Shushan is our 3rd child. She is 16 years old and is a student of UWC. When I was preparing my answer, I asked her to share her vision regarding to this question as a common teenager. And this is Shushan's answer. I'm quoting. From a perspective of a nowadays teenager, myself, an Armenian female and an international student, I can describe the mental health, mindset, and life of today's teenagers this way. Today's teenagers are the generation that is really passionate about change, equality, justice, women's rights, and sustainability. They try to understand the world and create a better future for themselves. A factor that can make everything much harder or much easier for them are adults, parents, siblings, etc. And I believe the one thing that adults can do is helping teenagers understand some things and then making them feel free in their choices. In general, today's generation is definitely giving a bigger picture about the different future. And all they need is to have the opportunity to create something by their own passions, actions, and mindset. End of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, although Shushan is not mentioning big problems, but at the same time she is dreaming about different future. And it looks like that Shushan and her friends are not happy with the current situation of the world. I don't think that they appreciate the world we live in and are going to pass them. And to be sincere, they have, let's say, huge reason for that. We are returning from the exhibition Martyrology Children, where we commemorated the deceased children in Ukraine from February 24, 2020 until now. When I think about the question what the future holds for my children, children of my country, and the children of the world, first of all, I think about those children who no longer have a future, who remained in the past, and whose memory we have just commemorated. I think that we, the adults, did not do our utmost at the time so that the future would not prepare such an end of life for them. I feel extremely guilty for those kids. I feel very guilty for all the children of the world who were martyred in various wars, regardless of which country they were killed in, without distinction of race, color, religion, or social origin. It is not normal to have a martyrology children exhibition in the 21st century. It is not normal to have children scared by bombing. It is not normal in the 21st century to have children trapped in a blockade, being hungry, exhausted, with a fear of genocide in their hearts. As we speak, 120,000 people, peaceful people of Nagorno-Karabakh, are on the verge of humanitarian catastrophe due to the inhuman blockade of Lachin corridor and subjected to constant life threats. 30,000 children living in Nagorno-Karabakh are struggling from malnutrition and lack of food. They are forced to stand in a queue for hours in order to get some minimum amount of food. They are witnesses frequently recorded cases of faintings which is directly related to the overstressed mental state of the residents in Nagorno-Karabakh. 30,000 children are blocked in a small land, deprived from their inalienable rights such as right to food, right to health care, right to education. 2,000 pregnant women in Nagorno-Karabakh don't have even basic access to health care. Only a blockaded mind can turn the blind eye to the hardships of innocent people, and only a deadlocked heart keeps the blockade of the road of life, the Lechin corridor, linked Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia and the external world. Coming to the end, I would like to call all of us to be enough brave to find the solutions to all our problems, including above mentioned, from completely other angle. We need to value every single human life. And while all of us, or at least some of us, are busy with global political agendas and everyday routine, we need to find new ways and tools to stop the wars and value the human lives. At the end of the day, global peace is a fundamental condition for progress, and only in this regard we can inherit a better world for future generations. With all within our minds, Armenia, with Women Political Leaders Global Network, is organizing a summit dedicated to the role of women leaders to promoting democracy, peace and security in 19th, 20 October in 2023 in Yerevan.
Can I thank you for your contribution, and we'll learn more about that next summit beyond the scope of this meeting, but thank you so much.
Okay, I just wanted to invite all these distinguished women to Yerevan on October
later
to discuss the
That's
topic,
fantastic.
very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for your very somber reflections. Let's give us pause for thought. Now I'm going to move on to our final contributor, who is the partner of the President of Slovakia, Mr. Rizman. Talking to you, I want to ask you questions about the generational differences of how you think this current generations of teenagers differs from previous ones, and particularly in their attitudes towards mental health and their response to the challenges.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I think we know it all, that always the older generation, us over 45 years, we are always complaining about the young generation. And I hear it quite often. I hear it quite often that the young generation is soft, weak, etc., etc. And here I would like to be the advocate of the young generation. I grew up in the communism, in communistic Czechoslovakia. I remember how the system broke down, how we had the wild 90s in the post-Soviet, post-socialist country, transformation, economical crisis, very hard situation, how we fight the autocratic prime minister. But still, is it that we are stronger than the generation now? I don't think so. If I see that what young generation is going through, if we speak about COVID crisis, 2 years, no schools or online schools, very complicated period of time, how they overcome it. If we speak that after the COVID, that was the war in Ukraine, which came to more or less not only the Ukraine, but also to our countries, how it affects our young generation.
No.
If we speak about the other crises, economical crisis, financial crisis, the young generation is seeing that through the parents, through their families, through their communities, etc., etc. I would say that this is a strong generation. I would say that if we are speaking about my generation or older generation as a strong ones, and this about the weak one, it is not fit. It's not true. Because I am saying that if we would go over all these crises like COVID, like the war, like the economical crisis, we would not manage better. So I would like to advocate for the young generation here. And if we compare the generations, there is something which I am very happy about the young generation. For my generation, to speak about the mental health, that was a taboo. In the communist country, like once you open the mental health issue in the basic school, secondary school, high school, universities, that was the end. Like nobody was speaking about that. For the younger generation, I'm very happy to see all the numbers which were presented today, that this is not taboo anymore. There is still a challenge. There is still a number of people which need to be helped and motivated to contact the professional, to openly speak about the mental health. But all the numbers shown today are showing us that the young generation is taking the mental health as a part of the overall healthcare, which is new. It's not a taboo anymore, and I'm very happy about that. And the second part of your question, that was the question how we are able to help them, how we are able to help the young generation. And well, of course, we are able to speak about all these systematic changes which we need to see. And I think there were more professionals which were speaking about that before me. So, of course, we need more preventive work. Of course, we need way much more professional therapeutists. Of course, we all know, even if we doubled, tripled, or even more, the number of the therapeutists, it will not help us to face the real scale of our situation. So of course, we know that we need to involve our communities to help with the mental health services. Of course, all those things we know, but I would like to focus on something maybe easier. As a parent, as a father of the teenager, I would like to highlight something which was also presented through the statistics, but is much more human, because we know that what we need to do on the systematic, legislative, political level, etc., etc. But as a people, as a parents, I really believe that we need to take more time. We need to take more time with contact with our children, with the young generation. What we are able to give them is our focus, our time, our energy, our interest. And very easy steps which we are able to do, which I try to do with my son, not always successfully, but yeah, well, I try my best, is listen them, ask them what they are thinking about, what worries them. Let's try to find together the solutions with them. Very often, they only need to be heard. They only want to express, which is very important first steps if we speak about the mental health, to ventilate all the pressure they have inside.
It means you have to notice the problems as well. Notice.
Yeah.
And then they will talk to you about the problems. Really, they don't want to do that.
Yeah, but my experience is that, come on, I am really trying to ask a lot of things, even more than he is asking me. And sometimes it's opening the stuff, and after several days he comes back, and he is going back to the question I had a few days ago, and the ventilation is a first good start. And I think what is a symptom of the problem of today is that we don't have a time to spend together in the families, in the communities. So what I am advocating for is to really focusedly think about creating the safe space to discuss with our beloved one, mostly the young generation.
Thank you so much.
Maybe we have sometimes to talk to the teachers and trainers and art teachers and music teachers. They are spending with our children quite a lot of time, and maybe we don't notice, they do.
They do, and we need to do more. That's what I believe.
You're both agreeing with each other there.
If I may add something.
What I'm going to do is turn it to the video where we've got some recordings from First Ladies and Gentlemen who we haven't been able to hear from, and to hear what they have to contribute.
Modern teenagers have already been through a lot in their young age. Today's teenagers have experienced the COVID-19 pandemic. They are either experiencing war themselves, or war is ravaging the countries of their peers.
According to this UNICEF survey, 1/3 adolescents surveyed reported having symptoms of depression. 42% of adolescents reported experiencing moderate to severe anxiety symptoms.
And half the world's population lives in countries where
there is just one psychiatrist to some 200,000 or more people.
What I personally believe, mostly from the perspective of a mother with children of different ages, is that mental health is something that we need to touch in the framework of our educational systems, at home and in school.
Outside of the schools, we have a program called Planet Youth, which focuses on adolescent substance abuse prevention. In Iceland, that involves mobilizing the local community to increase the likelihood that young people will use their free time in a positive, constructive way.
I have been part of numerous activities aimed at raising awareness about mental health, especially among young people, and breaking the stigma associated with it.
As a parent, I know full well how important physical health is, and I take that very seriously as far as my daughters are concerned. But let's also not forget their mental health. And I start with this, and I want my girls to feel free to come to me, to others they trust, to talk about their mental health challenges if they arise, but equally to ask for help.
Everyone in my family has been affected in one way or another. My youngest son has had a hard time socializing with friends face to face. We make them understand that it's okay to be sad, anxious, or even for help.
Askush mos tjetë vetëm, duke luftuar në heshti. Bashk ne mund të ndryshojmë. Bashk mund të ndihmojmë njëri tjetrin.
También es una generación altamente preparada para asumir los retos que el futuro ya nos está planteando. Por ejemplo, nunca antes hubo tanta conciencia ecológica para frenar el cambio climático o una lucha tan potente por la igualdad entre hombres y mujeres. El mundo es otro y su juventud también.
It's our responsibility to do everything we can to support young people to unleash their full potential, to harness the power of our youth diversity, to empower them with knowledge and skills to make informed decisions.
Great, and our video is going to take us back to Richard Gere and just to have his thoughts on what he's hearing about some of the solutions and ways that we can look after our teenagers better.
Well, I'm just kind of blown away with the intelligence and the warmth and wisdom of everyone participating there, but also looking at the faces of the people there witnessing this. The humanity in the space of this symposium is pretty extraordinary. I mean, I think what this all comes down to is empowering our kids to express themselves and having the courage ourselves to look at our own minds, which I pray for every day, but to encourage our kids, give them the language and the habit of expressing themselves, their deepest feelings. And that really comes from genuinely listening. Listen, listen, listen. With that space and generosity of listening, adults open up and kids open up. And that's what we're talking about here. It's a very challenging world that our kids are in. And they need to talk to us about it. And our job is to help them find their way through that jungle of emotions that they are experiencing at this point. I also want to bring up one thing. My brother is working with a group in Ukraine, which is doing extraordinary work. Teenergizer is the name of this group. It's a youth-led Ukrainian non-governmental organization that empowering young people to protect their health and exercise their human rights. Their current focus is providing psychosocial support for Ukrainian adolescents affected by this horrendous invasion and occupation. They have over 200 trained psychologists that provide help for youth and kids of all ages. So I would suggest you look at their website. And thank you for allowing me to be part of this extraordinary event. Hopefully this is not something that only happens once a year, but it's continuous, that we are part of a universal education where we realize we're all on this little planet together, floating through an infinite universe, and we need each other desperately.
Richard, thank you so much for joining us here today at the summit, and thank you to all of our panelists, and a big...
А ми тим часом маємо ще одне тепле звернення, сповнене турботи про ментальне здоров'я. Його надіслала її королівська високість, кронпринцеса Норвегії Метте Маріт. Увага на екрані.
First Lady Olena Zelenska, Excellencies, Ukrainian friends. How do we carry ourselves and each other through extreme situations? I believe this question touches the core when we address mental health in times of war. The full implications of Russia's war of aggression, above all for the children, women and men of Ukraine, are impossible to fathom. I would like to commend the Ukrainian people for your resolve and resilience over the past year and a half. You're truly an inspiration to us all. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this event, to raise awareness of the impact of war on mental health. To address this issue is a part of any effort to achieve sustainable peace. Conflict-related violence affects everyone: men and women, girls and boys, people losing loved ones, families being torn apart and homes destroyed. 1 in every 6 children globally is growing up in a conflict zone. This is a severe burden on their mental well-being and seriously affects their future. It affects individuals and it affects whole societies. I think First Lady Zelenska described the scope of this issue very well in her address at the NATO meeting in Vilnius in June, promoting this summit. We will talk about psychological recovery for every country and person. After all, mental health has no borders. Over the past year and a half, I have had the opportunity to learn firsthand from Ukrainian families in Norway about the particular burden of being a refugee from war. The lack of information, the constant worrying, the powerlessness, and the feeling of guilt for not being there. The complexity of this trauma is a heavy burden to carry over a long period of time, and I am amazed to see how people are still capable of finding the strength and the courage to live their everyday lives, carried by the hope and by the community of friends and supporters. We need to form international partnerships to support Ukraine, not only military and materially, but also when it comes to health-related issues. One part of this effort is the 5-year Nansen support program for Ukraine. Significant parts of this support is channeled through projects to restore and improve access to essential mental health and rehabilitation services. Access to mental health services and psychosocial support strengthen people's resilience and help rebuild their lives after conflict. Because those days will come, days of peace and normal life. And when they do, Ukraine will need its people to find the strength and the motivation to restore their lives, their communities, their country. In the meantime, we will do what we can to carry each other, and Norway will take continuous support for Ukraine for as long as it takes. Thank you.
Пані та панове, це був неймовірний вечір, сповнений людської доброти і мудрості. І ми дякуємо всім сьогодні, хто був разом з нами. Ми разом плакали, сміялися, навчалися і шукали відповіді на наші запитання. Ну, а головне, власне, навчалися бути щасливими за будь-яких обставин і, попри все, лишатися людьми.
Ladies and gentlemen, we begin the third part of our summit, unfortunately, with tragic news about another crime committed by the aggressors. During our event, the Russians hit with missiles the center of the town of Konstantinivka in Donetsk Oblast, and many civilians, including children, are killed. So now we declare a minute of silence.
I'm sure many Ukrainians do not need to be reminded, but perhaps those of us from other countries do need to be reminded that this kind of thing can happen at any moment, at any day throughout this war, and that we can have a good time and we can admire and laugh and smile about all the good things that are happening, and then out of a blue sky, something terrible happens. It is an important reminder of what war means.
One more question. One thing I missed during this summer was, чого нам не вистачило ще під час цього літа?
I think peace.
Yes, of course.
Hi everyone, my name is Daria and today I'm gonna show you Isuchin. This is my school, this is a church, this is a river.
Hello everyone, I want to tell you about my summer.
Summer, it's time for relaxation and fun.
We had fun together, enjoying the sea, taking part in daily activities and going on excursions.
I spent all my summer playing computer games. I don't like traveling, I don't like walking or something else.
I did nothing special this summer.
My summer was fantastic. The worst part was probably night air raids. When there were rocket attacks at night, it really messed up my sleep schedule.
And also I went to the Harry Styles concert. This is not the best picture, but it's a picture of a crowd.
Прильот був, да, в школу прямо у вас? Да, отам.
Прям сюди було, тут вікна всі повилітали. Все, бачите, всі повставляли.
А хто ким би хотів стати?
По состоянию війни, смотря, якщо ще надовго затягнеться, то може військовим піду. Є така мрія, да.
You read it and try to guess what song is it. Who likes this song? Okay. Good summer. TikTok trend, yes. Okay. I got my red dress on tonight.
Sunny, yesterday my life, I'm feeling
Yes, you're right. Absolutely right.
probably choose who was to, well, basically to travel, right? Would you travel with mom or with dad, and why?
I think I will travel with dad because it's much to do.
You have too much to do, right? This way. Okay. Cool. So why didn't you take dad with you on vacation?
Because he's on war.
Okay. So okay, I got this. He's in the front line, right? Okay, but how is he doing, by the way?
He's pretty good.
My father is a lawyer in civilian life, but to protect us, he went to the war, and he was sent for treatment to Kyiv after being wounded, and I got chance to meet with him. So this was both the most difficult and the most beautiful moment of my life.
During the war, my father was occupied in the city Irpin, and unfortunately he died in the threat of shelling.
He was killed.
He was
killed during
by the Russian
occupation.
aggressors. Yeah.
It's a great tragedy.
During the occupation.
During the occupation, yeah.
He was one of the numerous victims in Irpin, unfortunately. Okay.
When the war ends, сидіти обов'язково, у нас початок. Коли закінчиться війна, я збираюсь. Що я збираюсь робити? Окей.
When the war ends, I'm going to the sea.
Так.
And
have a sleep.
And have a sleep.
Very good. Okay.
When the war ends, I'm going to Crimea.
To the Crimea.
Crimea.
When the war ends, I'm going to visit my grandparents because they stand in the occupation.
Where?
Запорізька область. And I haven't seen them for a long, and I want to see them again.
Imagine. It's a karaoke version. I need your voices. There's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Yoo-hoo! Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. Yoo-hoo! You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Help me! Come along! Oh, someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one.
I hadn't seen that before. It left me a bit shaken. So extraordinary. And to tell us about this remarkable film, by the way, if you want to see the full version, it's available on the pages of the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen in Social Networks. But let me invite the author onto the stage. Please, Antonio Lukic.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Всім привіт.
My greetings to everyone in the web. And there is a mem, a boy sitting on the seashore, looking somewhere deep into a sea, and he says, "I've never in my life, I've never thought about myself as I think at the lessons of English. What am I? What are my friends?" And even the older parents or psychologists don't ask such questions like teachers. Yes, to study English at school, it was somehow strange. I remember one day I opened the book and I saw the topic, 7 things which I have to do before I die. And one of the points was to visit Sydney Opera. I thought that I don't want to travel to Australia, and I don't advise anyone. We visited Australia, shooting a film about children, and thought that the most important to speak about English there. And we went there to see the really sad story and to raise their spirits. And it happened that they raised our spirits. In reality, war takes very much. It takes friends who left, takes parents who died. It deprives you of feeling of security. There is only one thing which the war cannot take away. It's youthfulness and faith. And this is what our work is dedicated to. That's it. I'm inviting to the podium one of the participants of our film, Katerina Shershin, our modern Ukrainian teenager.
So, Katya.
Yes.
Like all your school friends, you seem to speak fantastic English.
Thank you so much. Well, we will see about that.
Now, I need you to help me, but first of all, I want you just to tell me about the experience of making the film. And
Of course. Well, the experience was amazing. What can I say? I think that all the kids that took part in this can say thank you to Antonia, like really a big one, gigantic thank you. We all get a chance to meet up again after the long 3 months of waiting for the September, and also just to explore some new things, to try something new, like being shot in a film. You know, it's quite amazing.
and singing John Lennon.
Of course.
Did you know the song? Did the teacher teach you the song word by word, or did you already know it?
Well, unfortunately, I wasn't in that school, so I wasn't really singing that song, but I do know the song. It's a really nice song.
Okay. Well, now, as I said, I need you to help me, because I have a third set of figures. Now, I know figures can be very dull, it's statistics, but these are statistics that are to do with people of your age, to do with teenagers. You are 16, I think?
15.
15.
Yes, almost
Beautiful
16,
age.
almost.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to show some slides, and I'd love it if you help me comment on them, and maybe you'll disagree or agree on some
Well,
of the
we will
things.
see, of
We will
course.
certainly see. Okay, let's show the first slide. We can read them down here ourselves, can't we? We can go up here, and everyone else can see them. It's how the new generation, that's you, is changing the conversation on mental health. And we've got our first, turn it on, Stephen, you idiot. We've got our first slide here, which is about to appear and has done so. And I've pressed twice by mistake, and we're back again.
That's okay, that's okay.
Thank you for forgiving me, Katya. You're so kind to an old man. Young people aged 18 to 24 are reporting the lowest ratings for mental health. Well, that's older than you, 18 to 24.
Yes, it is.
But does that make sense to you? Do you think that you've got to look forward to a period of bad mental health? Is that worrying you?
Well, you know, it's like from different perspectives, you can see different things. And I think that when you hit 18, you open the new chapter in your life at some point. Yeah. You have a lot of things that you now legally can do. And also maybe you can just like go to university,
Yep.
for example, and maybe that is why they're like happier at some point. They have the lowest rating of mental health, so
That's the, yes, I see. I think, though, that lowest rating on mental health means that their health is not good.
yes, because of the university.
Because of the university?
Yes, it is,
Because
of
of
course.
stress and anxiety?
Yes,
So-
because of all the learning new stuff.
Okay. Well, you can see it's mixed between stress, feeling down and sad, and exhaustion. Let's have a look at the next one, see what that says. That says, literally, how can we best support young people?
Yes, this is a good idea.
It
really
is,
good one.
isn't it? And it says here that the biggest impact is self-care. That's being with other people.
Of course, like being with you here. It's amazing.
You are wonderful.
Thank you.
Exercising. Do you
Yes.
exercise?
I'm trying to. I'm playing squash.
Squash?
It is an English sport, so
It is an English sport.
Yes.
Are there squash courts in Ukraine?
in Kiev, yes. I do not really know about other cities.
Okay.
Unfortunately, squash is not that famous here.
No, but it is a real fitness sport. You have to
Yes,
be
it
very,
is.
very
Yes,
fit.
yes.
So that's good. Taking part in a hobby apart from squash. Do you have a hobby, would you say?
Of course, everyone has a hobby.
And what-
I am the president of my school, so this is my hobby.
You're president of the school.
Yes, I am, of European Collegium. So government stuff, things to do all the time, organizing events. I think at some point that I'm the president brought me here. So that's nice. Do you have a hobby?
Well, I sort of do have a hobby, which is, it sounds weird, it's cricket, which is a sport, but I don't play it.
You're watching it.
I am a sort of administrator of cricket in England. It is a hobby because I'm not paid to do it. I go
that's-
around watching
That's a
cricket
hobby.
matches.
Everything can be a hobby. Maybe sitting can be a hobby.
That's true. That's very true.
Sleeping? I really like to sleep.
Seriously?
Yes, do you like to sleep?
I wish I slept more. I know it's
Me
terribly
too.
good for you. And I think sleep is so good for mental health.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, that's the serious problem. But
Yes,
I think
thanks
you
to
faced it
certain-
today.
Certain noises at 4 in the morning.
Yep.
So you're president of your class. I've got a very strong feeling, and some people in the room may share it, that you're going to be president of somewhere else before very long. But anyway, yes, exactly. And the other one is traveling and going on holiday. Your English is so good that I suspect
Thank
you must have been in an English-speaking country.
Well, I was in England. It is the spectacular country, but unfortunately also traveling is really hard now because I need to go through some country. For example, for Poland. I know that you went for Poland to
That's right. I took the sleeper train.
I took the bus, and the bus is so much more worse.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. I think people that here took the bus can understand me.
I'm sure they can. Plus, I'd throw up if I had to read a book on a bus, which is, you don't need to know that. Okay, let's move across to another slide now. And come on. Work, you swine. Oh, come on. Oh, no. That's a few.
Yes.
Now, reticence. You know that word?
Kinda?
No, yeah, it means being quiet, not talking about things. You're being reticent. You're holding them in.
Yeah.
You're retaining them, I suppose that's the origin of the word. By 13 to 24-year-olds, you're right in that cohort, reticence to engage with mental health. So I'm guessing you might not have engaged with mental health services. You don't seem to have a need to. But do you have friends?
Fortunately, yes.
Do you have friends who you think might suffer a little? Or?
I don't think so, really. We do not really talk about this in schools.
talk about
Yes, because kids sometimes can be afraid to talk to teachers about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because they can talk to their parents and...
Right.
Yeah.
So if they do...
So that is an issue, and we need to raise awareness about it, of course.
If someone told you they feared for their mental health,
I would help them.
You would? You wouldn't
Yes,
think
I would
less
try.
of-
I would try to, at least, of course. Maybe I would speak with them or encourage them to go somewhere to the professional person. I guess I'm not professional, unfortunately. Yes.
Okay, that's a good one. What have we got next? It's been very slow, isn't it? We should hit it harder. Come on.
Maybe we need to make a wish. Yeah.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
It seems to make its own mind up. Is there a need to normalize mental health education and support.
Of course.
Yeah, that's it. So it just becomes a very normal thing like physical exercise at school.
Yes.
Talk about that.
Yes.
So mental exercise too. You talk about how well you're feeling. You know, you can't play sport today because you're having an asthma attack, say.
Yes, for example, of course.
And you might have something similar in your head that you're just, something terrible is worrying you and you can't concentrate and you need sympathy and support.
Yes, I totally agree. Really, we do need to make it more like maybe a subject, for example, in school, mental health, so we could learn about it. We do not have it in our biology books.
That's a very, very good point. That's beautiful. Well done. I like that. I'm pressing again and hoping again.
I believe in you. We all do.
You are amazing. Oh, I pressed it twice. There we go. It says here, young people are... Oh, come on. That's me, I'm terrible. Oh, come, Stephen, what are you doing now? Go back. Come on.
That's okay. That's okay.
We've done normalizing. Do you know, this is why I shouldn't be doing these things. It's,
well,
I think
we
it's
all
the
need
battery.
to learn. We all need to learn.
Okay, there's a need to normalize. We're going forward again. Oh, Stephen, here we are. Negative impact of social media. This is an interesting one. I guess you're on, like most people your age, the full range of TikTok and Snapchat and Instagram.
Instagram, of course.
Yeah.
Everything.
And is your view of it that it is entirely healthy, entirely unhealthy, or a mixture of both?
I think it's like 50-50. Because in TikTok, your recommendations are coming up to what you like. Like you like a video, then you can be... The TikTok shows you more videos like this.
Yeah.
So my TikTok is, for example, learning English language and cooking. So I think it's really nice. But maybe other kids are learning some dangerous and bad things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or they're getting wound up in their self-image.
Yes.
This is a problem on Instagram, isn't it? Yeah. But there's also the possibility of finding support on social media.
Of course, finding like online friends. There are a lot of apps for that, but also you can find a person that is not really supposed to be your online friend. Yes.
Of course. We're very well. I'm glad you're aware of that. That is one of the deepest worries. Okay, let's try this damn clicker again. Younger people also feel informed and connected by social media. That's making our point here. The time is up anyway. So let's just sum up if we can, if you like. You like the idea of mental health being taught as a subject?
Yes, it would be really nice to have it as a subject to learn in school. Maybe so in the future we could be the professionals.
That's a brilliant takeaway. Listen,
it was so nice to meet you. You're the best, really.
No,
have a nice day.
You're the best. Ladies and gentlemen, Katya, what a Ukrainian citizen. Absolutely magnificent. Isn't that something?
Дякуємо, Катю, дякуємо, Стівене, за ці...
Thank you very much, Katya. Thank you, Stephen, for the interesting findings and your explanations. We hope that this will help us to better understand those who are most vulnerable now and those for whom we are most concerned about, because we are building this world for new generations.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to see this mental health stage, and we will be talking about art and mental health. So during this session, we will be talking about how art impacts our emotional state, how it engraves in our heads things that we live through, and it becomes a mental diary of the world and for the world for many years ahead. So we will talk about how culture and art can help us overcome psychological mental challenges. Now we have some fantastic guests on the stage. Amber, the husband of the Prime Minister of Denmark. Greetings, Michel Hazanavicius, who is a French director.
Sean Penn.
Greetings, Sean Penn, Hollywood actor, director, producer. Vlada and Kostya Liberov. They are Ukrainian photographers.
Я думаю, ви всі вже знаєте, що нас сьогодні на цій панелі, на цій дискусії
мало бути більше. That we were supposed to have another important person. Igor Kozlovsky was supposed to be with us. He is a philosopher and historian. He spent 700 days in captivity, but this morning, unfortunately, we got bad news, saying that tonight he passed because of heart attack. So our condolences to his family, to his friends. We will remember him forever. And Igor,
в історії нашої країни він
your contribution to Ukraine's life, to Ukraine's history, will remain with us forever. Now, Igor's story and the stories of millions of Ukrainians, that's yet another tale about Ukraine's resilience. And no matter what we see and live through, we move on, we progress. And that's exactly what we will be discussing. We'll talk about art, which helps us improve our mental health and which helps us overcome challenges. September, the question is for you. So you
популярних данських фільмів і серіалів
have been a director
про солдата, так?
in many
Зараз ви в Україні. Я хотів би запитати у вас, от якби
TV series and TV shows and films.
кіно про те, що
So when do you plan to start
буде український солдат?
making a film about Ukraine and Ukraine's war, and what kind of soldiers you will show?
Well, a film about Ukraine I'd like to do, and I'd like to start it very soon, but I think my colleague here has come before me and will probably do it better, so I think I'll back down on that one. Should I elaborate a little bit about the subject? I think, to be honest, I don't really think I can tell you anything about the subject that you probably don't know in advance. And I think you have probably considered and better ideas than I have about the subject. But I can tell you some of my personal experiences. I'm doing fiction films. And my consideration is that the artistic interpretation is able to do something that hardly any other form of communication can do. It can bring us into the room of feelings, emotions. It can teach us about relations between people. It can give us, what's it called? It can give us experience of how characters act and interact between them, and thereby giving us some learning about how to handle our own problems and issues. And I think that's a very important thing about the interpretation of things. I think memory, at least mine and perhaps some other people's too, memory is strongly related to emotions. Almost all I know about previous big wars in history, I know through fiction. The great American film directors interpreted the visions on the big wars that America participated in. And I think the learning I got from there told me stories about the horror of war in a way that I can emotionally understand. I mean, I can cope with a lot of factual information, but very soon after I forgot it. That's not the way I think the emotional impact works. And that's why I've been doing a lot of documentary stuff, and I still love doing it, but leaning more and more into fiction because I think it gives us, as artists, a freedom to interpret and maybe, I'm not sure about this, but maybe get a little closer to truth, at least what we think is the truth. So, yeah, that's more or less what I would say right now.
Thank you so much. Дякую вам. Шон Пен.
Sean Penn, over to you, ladies and gentlemen. The story of Sean Penn is very unique. He came to Ukraine 1 week before Russia launched its full-scale invasion against Ukraine. You came back then to film about the Donbass war, which has been going on since 2014. You visited Ukraine even before that, and of course, you understood so much about Ukraine and Ukrainians. Ukrainians. And using the opportunity, I must mention that the film about Ukraine is called Superpower. And I have now pleasure to announce that the showing will occur on September 18. So we all look forward to see that film, and thank you so much for doing all this for Ukraine. So Sean, in your opinion, what is Ukraine's superpower and Ukrainians' superpower?
I'd like to say, sort of echo what Mr. Tenberg just said. You know, there's a novel by Alejo Carpentier called The Last Steps, where it's a discovery of the notion that music, which we had all been taught was originated in birdsong. And I recommend the book, and I'll let you learn the arc of where it gets to this and by reading it. But where it leads is this discovery that, in fact, music is fundamentally and primally human. And that can be said of the arts in general, and about the way in which interpretation of truth is the greater truth, and recognizing the different ways people interpret the same thing and finding the positives, connections in that. It's sort of the aspiration, I suppose. What happened here, what I see in Ukraine, I'm born in 1960 in the United States of America. We are told it's the greatest country in the world. We are from the time we're born. And there's so much great about it. And you know, we say of our children, oh, my kid's the greatest kid in the world, but that's not how we really mean it. They're the greatest kid for us, right? And then they're also magic on their own terms. But within all of that, my generation of American was so hardwired. Even once we gain a skepticism, or simply more information and say, well, measured by what? Measured by, you know, and you can go into all of the areas that we have excelled at and the great things that have happened, or the areas that we've failed at or been more or less intrusive in other ways. But the thing that's really, I speak for myself, but I know because of the conversations I've had with others, the one we don't want to give up on more than anything is this idea of we are one. And we are absolutely not in the United States in a way that is so tangible and so disconnecting and so rageful and diminishing and bitter and petty. And that's us attacking our own imaginations. And so, coming to Ukraine, and I just flash ahead for a moment, the great hope is that Ukraine becomes the story changer in human history and maintains this unity in peacetime. But to come to this country at this time was really knowing the weight of this, when we talk about mental health, on my children, on our children, the weight of this division, and not knowing, you know, how to be a bridge, and many times remembering how one has been part of the divide. And then you come here, and you say, oh my God, what is that smell? What's that air? And it's unity. And you realize truly what you've been missing and truly how significant that is. So I think that that's why this place at this time, even selfishly, you know, I put my kids ahead of my country, ahead of any country. And for my kids, Ukraine has to succeed. So just rounding it out, when we talk about, you know, the mental health aspect of all of it, you know, wherever we can find that primal human voice and find it together, and celebrate the millisecond on Earth that we all have together as a globe, as a positive force for the future, the better. And clearly I wouldn't have spun my wheels in some creative area all my life had I not felt that art has not just a healing impact, but it's actually a kind of constant presence of our better selves, realm of possibility.
Надзвичайно приємно взагалі вас слухати. І знаєте, от мені здається, що зараз ментальне здоров'я
It's so great to hear that because the mental health of many Ukrainians improved just listening to you. So separate thanks for that. But you are observing us, the Ukrainians, as an outsider, even though you come from time to different places, having your own personal eyewitness experience of how we are defending against this Russian attack. But have you noticed that the Ukrainians have changed? Whether their mental health state changed, whether their mood has changed, like what was a week before the full-fledged invasion, or in your previous visits to Ukraine, and now?
Well, it's funny. Not a lot. I do know there's, of course, a lot of fatigue. Without fatigue, new bursts of energy don't come. Without fatigue, one isn't human. Within that fatigue, there is, the word resiliency certainly comes up a lot. But we're talking about a resilience that's on a level that I've never known. And so, while I am an observer in terms of country of origin and the particular challenges and the hardships that are being faced in the pursuit of freedom here, we humanly have some ancestral DNA attached to these times in human history where greatness rises up. So I think my focus is on the beauty and the greatness of this thing. My hope is that whatever changes, with those changes will come resurgence each time. And I think that, we're all depending upon it, and that's why I think we have to be on the right side of human history, not only create with Ukraine in mind, but also provide whatever Ukraine needs to win this dream for all of us.
Thank you so much. Дякую. Пан Азанавичус.
Thanks a lot. Mr. Azanavicius, first of all, this is not your first visit to Kyiv, to Ukraine, right? And of course, I would grasp this opportunity to thank you for your 125,000 euros to rebuild the Izium hospital, which was partially destroyed and by the Russian invaders. And your switch shirt reminds us that you are an ambassador of United 24 that was founded by the president. So, Mr. Michel, you visit Ukraine on numerous occasions. You visited Bucha, you visited Irpin, you're in Kyiv now. So, what impresses you the most? Well, not necessarily in the exact locations that you visited, but in the people that you see and meet here.
What impresses me the most is the strength and the courage of all the people I met. But I met some people who are very involved in organization, and so they are in the action. And I guess it's not the same for people, average people in the country. So I might not have a perfect vision of Ukrainian people. But still, the people I met, the people I talked with were very impressive. Their confidence in victory, but also something that you can feel that people are really in the truth of the situation. Nobody pretends anything. Nobody plays anything. It's you have the feeling that people are really in the truth. And concerning the topic, at first when the Olena Zelenska Foundation invited me, I was not sure I had something to say about this topic. But then they give me the topic of this panel, and so I made a movie about war in Chechnya 10 years ago, and so I did some research. It was the point of view of a kid, and I did a lot of research on resilience. And I read the books of a French doctor named Boris Cyrulnik. I think he's the first one who bring the word resilience from chemistry to the health, the psychiatric department. And one important thing that he said was that basically people who had a trauma are ashamed of what happened to them and are ashamed of their pain, and they believe that they are not lovable anymore. And one very important step is to be able to tell your own story. And it can be drawing for kids, it can be writing it, put it on stage, making a movie, whatever. When you do, let's call it a show of what happened to you, you make your own story lovable, and you find again your self-esteem, and you come back in the society. So that works at a personal level, but I believe that works also at a country level. But it's not one movie that can change. There's no one piece of art. Even Guernica didn't change war in Spain. I mean, I don't believe one movie can change, but I believe that many movies, many voices, many people, average people, young directors, old directors, young, new faces, they can create a national narrative. So if I can be very pragmatic, we have a wonderful economic system in France that allows us to make 200 movies a year. We would never do that amount of movies if there was not this political environment created by the politics. And basically, the idea is any society who make money with movies give money to pre-finance the French cinema. For example, when Mr. Penn makes a huge success in France, I will use part of that, the money he won, to make my movie. And we make movies very, we call it diversity, from very different spaces, different kind of people in France, thanks to Spider-Man or Barbie or whatever. This is a very good way. Just after the war, the World War II, we created the National Center of Cinema that collects all that money. And now, this year, the CNC, that National Center, collected 700 million of euros to make movies, plus what the TV channels give, which is 500 million. So it's more than 1 billion just to make movies. And it's not about taxes, it's really a virtuous circle of the movie industry. So I believe that here in Ukraine, you have all the democracy behind you, and everybody wants to support Ukraine, and everybody, I mean, we all know how much we owe you and how much you fight for our freedom as well. So I believe that you could take advantage to create that kind of system here in Ukraine, and that would give you the opportunity to have many different movies, not just one story, but like a panel of different. I met some students last time I came, some cinema students, and some of them sent me their scripts for short movies. And they were all very good. And it was not about heroic battlefield war movies. It was like little things, but these little things make the history. And I'm pretty sure that these little things help average people to understand that they are not alone. You have a common destiny, and this is really helpful to feel when you have this trouble, to feel that you're not alone and you're part of the destiny of a nation. And what you're going through now is really historical, and people should be proud of it. Even if they are victims, they really should be proud to be Ukrainian today, and this is what can movie help to make understand.
Дякую дуже. Пані та панове, пане Бо, я знаю, що...
Thanks a lot, and Mr. Bo, I know that we need to let you go. So before you go, probably one brief question to you, and then we'll let you go, and thank you for being with us today. So, to you personally, how do you combine those two notions of the art and the mental health, and which particular art has the closest path towards improving the mental state?
Oh, yes. I don't know if I do that and if I succeed on that. I think I'm quite careful to choose subjects that I think is, to me, personally important and that might be important and might be in, what do you say, of good information to more people. My first feature film I did was about human trafficking and very closely built on real true stories in Copenhagen. And I think that whole idea of getting close to reality in a form that I created was kind of the tool that I wanted to use. The thing I'm doing right now is about politics, but also in a fictionalized form. And it gives me a freedom to interpret the characters in our lives. And I think it might be one of the most important things we can do with film is film is a way of, I think, letting people practice their own lives. So you kind of see and get a new experience, you get a new insight, hopefully, and it might give you a chance to reflect. I'm not saying it necessarily changes anything. That would be very ambitious to think, but I think at least we can help on reflection. And if I can succeed on that, I think I'm part of the way. And about mental health, I think I didn't do films specially to impact other people's mental health. I think I'm doing them to maybe get a broader view on things. And I think that's one of the things we can do, at least that I can contribute with.
Дякуємо вам надзвичайно. Бо Тенгер.
Thanks a lot. And we're letting you go. Thank you.
It's not the end. Ми відпускаємо тільки пана Бо.
We are letting go Bo. Everybody else stays.
Так, ну а ми ж будемо продовжувати.
We want to continue.
Власне, сім'я Влада, Костя,
Влада,
ваші світлини, вони без перебільшення за ці 1,5 року повномасштабної війни вони стали своєрідним відображенням.
For this 18 months of war have become a mirror, reflecting what's happening, and all that will remain in our memory.
Особливо очі людей на ваших
You know, the eyes of people on your pictures.
ніж можна було побачити в загальній картині.
They said so much more than the background.
Змінювався
Now,
українців
how
за весь час повномасштабної війни?
the perception of Ukrainians have changed
сказав, що
for this time.
за українцями, і що українці не дуже сильно змінилися за цей
Sean mentioned just now that Ukrainians did not change much over this time, but I'd say the emotional component has changed. A lot of grief, a lot of joy. You know, that is the problem for mental health right now. There's got to be a balance, right? There are things that we did not see before. So how do you reach out to people? What do you give them so that they could respond? Because, you know, those are the things that we keep thinking about. And Ukrainians, they get used to work. They get adapted. And you see now that things that were shocking before, just because of the existence, you know, just because this is happening in your country, and this is happening to people which live with you, now that becomes a daily routine, and people somehow get used to terrorist acts, they get used to deaths of our defenders, and somehow that is no longer news. People keep on living their lives, and they adapt to things that really are against human nature. Talking about ourselves. You know, a year ago, one shell, one mortar mine, you know, would create almost a shock. You know, we panicked when we experienced that. But what's happening now, just 2 days ago, I was at the front line. You know, I was shelled, they threw bombs at me, I walked through trenches, and that to me already felt like business as usual. You know, I was talking to people, I was helping people, and for me, you know, it's kind of a usual day, you know. Yeah, right. You know, for me, if I were not a Ukrainian, I would probably had a very hard time understanding what you meant. It's scary. It's very hard to comprehend, but that's how things happen. There is no other way. We gotta live on, we gotta move on, and in spite of all these things. So, can you objectively evaluate your mental state, our mental state? Well, everything's okay, you know, globally speaking. No irreparable damage has been done. But there are some basic things. You know, we respond to loud sounds differently. And this question needs to be addressed not just to us, but I think it needs to be addressed to all Ukrainians. Because when you were born in a peaceful country and lived through the times of peace, for you war was something very distant, something that you would see in movies, read in the books, something that cannot happen to you, your neighbor, your husband, your family. But now it's happening, and it changes everything. I am convinced that even when we win, when the war is over, there will be some irreversible damage. You will not be feeling safe anymore. Something happened, you know, you survived. And you still will be thinking that things may happen to you again. You know, you will no longer feel safe. So that confidence into the universal safety has been broken. And I didn't know how much time it's going to take for us to regain this trust, this confidence in the world. And its safe, you know, premises. Yeah, I agree with what you've been saying.
Я зараз поставлю, можливо,
Right.
банальне запитання.
I will probably ask a benign question for photographers, but for me and for the viewers, it's still interesting.
Чи є якась одна світлина,
So, is there one picture? That one picture that
найбільше враження справляє? От найбільший
still impacts you mostly in a good or bad way?
Саме з наших
So,
світлин
if you're talking about our pictures, yeah. So, unfortunately,
оцінювати свої
as an artist myself, I cannot
не може. Чому? Бо
evaluate our pictures from this angle. You know, when we look at our pictures, we still just look at other things, not just at what this
ця робота
picture projects, but also how much work was invested to get there, to take that picture, what we lived through back then. So when you ask about pictures in this sense, then maybe in 10 years, ask me again. I will look through those pictures again, I will recall things, and I guess then I will be able to respond. Right now, I am not ready to tell you, because, you know, each and every picture
було зі мною і що зі мною
is based on what happened to me. You know, I recall emotions instead of the actual picture, the actual image that people see.
Погоджуюсь.
Right, I agree. I agree.
У нас, мабуть, немає часу на це.
Generally speaking, we just don't have time to just sit down and analyze.
Свого часу проводимо
Most of our time is spent around the front lines. Yesterday we arrived to Kyiv just to attend this gathering. Yesterday we were in Donetsk region, and today we're here.
Просто ти це як
So,
такий затяжний марафон.
you know, it's like a marathon. You know, you keep running and running, and you don't have time to analyze. You just have to focus on running.
Є розуміння
And Kostya was right. You know, we cannot speak about a specific work, specific image. It's always a story behind this image, the story of people
Наприклад, можливо, тут ти максимально
that you see on the image.
наблизився до реального відображення війни.
You're trying to show the war how it is, you know.
І в цілому, да, тобто
You're showing the reality of war, and if you are a journalist, if you are a photographer, you
бачиш все те жахіття, яке бачать
you see all the atrocities that the military are seeing, and that's the objective. We want to be with them. We want to go through all those
через які вони проходять, щоб максимально правдиво
bad things that they see, that they live through, so that we could show all those things to the civilian population. We want everybody else to see what's happening in the war. And our colleagues also document everything that's happening, and future generations hopefully will learn from this. It's very important so they do not make the same exact mistakes that our parents made, grandparents. You know, they have to remember who your enemy is, not to fall into the same trap.
І, мабуть, якщо казати ще про нашу місію, то
And speaking about our mission,
маємо розуміти, що зараз дуже сильно
we gotta understand that
між життям десь на фронті і
there is a big gap between civilian life in cities like this and frontline life. So we are living through both. We are kind of civilians living lives around front lines, and we want to somehow put that through us, our hearts, our emotions, and show that to the civilians, because people who are fighting the war, they will be back. They will be back into the civilian life, and many of them will not be able to understand what actually happened. So through this art that we we want to show things that happened to them, right? Showing things through art. The pictures that you took before February 24th, that was art, no doubt. Each and every picture is a piece of art. Now, those pictures that you're making now, is that art or is that something else? Well, look,
знову ж таки, я не можу оцінювати свою
I cannot, again, as I said, evaluate my work. It's
я можу
the
сказати,
viewer
що в
that
принципі,
needs to
якщо
do
дивитися
this.
фотографію, є там умовно наратив і паттерн.
You know, there is a pattern in a picture and a narrative. So when we talk about pattern, we look at some lines, some, you know, compositions.
Коли дивився на
And then when the viewer is looking at the picture, then he or she is saying it's beautiful. Now, we are not creating, we are observing. So both of those things are pictures, but the processes of taking them are very, very different.
Результат, мені здається,
But the outcome is kind of similar, because in this or that way, we are still trying to show, to find the angle which produces most of the emotions. And it's talking about a specific moment of time, because you sometimes understand that things you've seen, things you live through, even the stress that you feel when you just walk along the destroyed woods, destroyed land. You just look at all this, and static picture won't be able to give you that emotion. Even video won't be able to give you that emotion. So as Kostya mentioned, we want to make sure that this gap between civilian person and military person would be very, very small. And the stress, it's always there, every single second when you're there. So that thing needs to somehow translate into the information field of regular civilians. At least a little bit, so that these people would understand that it's happening as we speak. Yeah, you asked previously about the fastest avenue to reach the viewer. We believe that pictures, photography is that fastest way to reach out to them. You know, film can draw a better picture, but still pictures, they still, well, I hope Sean doesn't get offended. But I guess that's true. The pictures, they really strike people's hearts more directly and people's emotions. So I'm going to ask you, dear participants, about this again. So why this is, and this is a question to you both, so why it's important for you to film the merit of Ukrainian people, the valor of Ukrainian people, why you keep doing this, and you've been doing this for many years. So what makes you help our nation? So who's ready to give me an answer?
Well, I would say, first, it remains to be seen whether the film I made is helpful. It, of course, is my hope that to one degree or another it will join hands with all of the other efforts, whether they're creative or documentary or news, creative photography, photojournalism, all of the different elements or ways in which people can reach, because we need a diversity of those things to go 360 degrees around anyone's imagination. It would never be offensive to me to think that I would absolutely agree that that one snapshot captures something in time, in general, more potently than any other, one thing. But it is time that we're talking about with the creative aspect of things. For example, in film, and when I say film now, I'm talking not about what these cameras do, but what cameras with celluloid running through them do. That these cameras are not capable of doing. However, there are effects that could create some kind of a facsimile. But when you're watching film go through a projector, the grain of the film, I would argue, is that which represents time. It sets in a viewer a passage of time, which is not to say that with a still photograph, it is to say this: you can't tell someone how long to look at something in a still photograph. And so the difference in the forms is so much that where I could stand in front of that painting at, let's say 5 feet, and look at it for whatever my imagination wanted to, 6 seconds. the filmmaker has a way of letting the audience know how long to look at something. So in that is another language, a different language, a valuable language that separates it photographically. And then within the pattern of the grain, there's another aspect of that, what would you say? I guess the word that becomes cliche, the truth that one is trying to share, to tap into, to feel, to expose in such a way as to say, because it is a back and forth. Art needs to be shared to exist. I don't believe this idea, I do this for me. Because me represents everybody and everybody represents me. So we're all in this together, and anything absent that is just denying one's own humanity. And we see what happens when Russians deny humanity. And in it, they're denying their own. And they evaporate their own. And this is where it ties into the mental health part of it, because unless, even when you are talking about letting your audience see the immediacy of this, to having this very thin line between what you do and what the military is doing, that is a loving gesture of saying, we are in this. And it allows those who, for whatever reasons, from good fortune to fear, are not having to be as immediately present in it. They're still part of it, whether they like it or not. And so this is an invitation. So again, with film, be it, what we call a documentary, which is a new form for me as a director. This will be the first film I did as a director of a documentary. And I can say that the me part of we on this one didn't feel any differently about it than I did. I don't see it any differently than I do what we'd call a written, a scripted, or a fictional film. It was all one experience, only in different forms.
Thank you so much. Дякую. Пане Мішелю, якщо пам'ятаєте.
Mr. Michel, if you still remember the question, it's the same actually.
But you have to repeat the question, because he bring me somewhere very far.
Основна суть запитання це
the essence of the question was why and what makes you to film the heroics of the Ukrainians, not to stop and to keep supporting us year in, year out.
Okay. No, the answer was no. First, I didn't film about Ukraine, and what I did for Ukraine, the little thing I did was as a citizen, and as a European citizen maybe, but not as a filmmaker. I used my status of filmmaker to bring something, to create some money to send to Ukraine, but not as a filmmaker. I would love to say that I'm going to do a movie about Ukraine, but I can't make that promise, because my relation to my work is I don't know, too complex. Or maybe there's a dichotomy between my relation to my, let's say, art or my profession and the rest of my life. I'm now making an animation movie. I'm working on it since 5 years, and I'm really immersed into it. And I really don't know what I will want to do after that. And I have to be honest with my will at this time, what I want to do at this time, and I have to be honest. So in a way, it's a little bit disconnected. In another way, I know that things are interacting, and it will have something to do in a way or another, and even because things are changing, and I mean the way you see things is changing because your path of life, and so that's it.
Дякую дуже. У нас залишилося
Thanks a lot, and we have just 3 minutes left. And today, during this mental stage sessions, we are sharing life hacks with our audience. What helps you individually to support your mental health? Because you represent the arts. So as the artists, what would you advise the Ukrainians and people outside of Ukraine? Which form of arts should be used by people to support their mental health in normal state? Let's start with you.
А ви зараз мене знаєте, заставили трохи задуматися.
You made me think hard because
мій фотоапарат це
in principle my photo camera is what supports me, because anytime you can hide yourself behind the small black box, and whatever happens on that side of the viewfinder is out there. You're just a viewer, and even in the most atrocious moments of life, it saves me. But again, it helps me to immerse into my work, and I only relate to the stressful situations that happens to me. But speaking about global life hacks,
треба просто згадати, от коли ти був дитиною,
just try to recall what you like to do when you were a kid. Drawing, singing, trying to recall what sort of an artist you might have evolved into if life would have been different. Just go out, buy some paints and paper, or wait for winter and start making some ice monuments. I don't know, whatever your fantasy will suggest. Vlada? I echo Kostya here, because the war is the time where it tells people your life is now. It's not in the future. You live now. So, of course, you need to try and dedicate time to what you like doing in life, because when you do what you like doing, it helps Kostya and myself with our mental health. For instance, we love watching World War II movies together. Well, it sounds weird because we come back from the front lines and we watch war movies still, but for some reason it pacifies us, and I think I understood why, because subconsciously we try to find some new angles to try and see the world anew, and it helps us to re-immerse into our work, and we recognize that our work is stressful, but it's still the most comfortable environment for us. It's uncomfortable for us to be just an ordinary civilians. Subconsciously, we still try to get back where we feel a comfort zone. But again, I'm not probably talking about the mental health. It's vice versa. It's how to stay sane. Yeah, but at the end of all the movies, it's all about the victory. You know that the World War II ended with victory, and that's what supports us. Thank you, Michel.
Personally, I draw, and when I draw, I take time for myself without knowing it, and it's almost like I don't do meditation, but I guess it's kind of the same thing. And I think it's very important to make a pause. As Kostas said, if you remember what you loved to do when you were kids, it's really connect you with a very pure or simple things of your simple place of your part of yourself, and just to spend time with yourself, and I'm pretty sure it helps. Whatever, I mean, I wish I could play music. I don't, unfortunately, but it's very important for me to draw every day, and a day without drawing is more difficult, I would say. So, yeah, practice, whatever, pottery, even sport. I mean, the notion of art can be, I mean, on that topic, cooking can do the same effect. Just doing something you're involved to and you forget yourself.
Thank you so much. Дякую. Шоне, ну, звісно,
Sean,
вас теж
and
хочеться почути.
back to you. We would like to hear your life hacks.
Look, whether someone is a photographer, a director, an actor, a musician, not everybody is in the sense that they know how or are moved to practice it literally. But I have this sort of doubtless belief that in every human being there are extraordinary images, there is extraordinary music, and so I think that a way to practice health through creativity is to take a moment to hear one's own music, to find it, to let oneself be open enough to find that great symphony that's manifesting itself in whatever way it comes, to see those images, the hard ones and the wonderful ones, and to share them with someone who loves them, and to then be open to that person sharing it with them. Because when we put those things creative as separate from us, we separate ourselves from the human imagination that connects us. And it really is not the exclusive domain of the artist. Art does not belong to the artist alone. It belongs to everybody. And not only as an appreciator, but as a creator of it. And I think that's one of the gifts we got. And being able to intermittently focus on that gift with all of the other things pulling at one. And I would argue that for me, you know, today, and it's really what I meant about not changing, I wouldn't be ever to assume that I know who's changed or not. But what has not changed since February 2022 or November 2021 when I first came here is I feel like I hear the greatest, most tuned together symphony, harmony of any music that a people has represented in my lifetime.
Дякую надзвичайно. Я сподіваюся, що всім було.
Thanks a lot, and I hope that everyone found it extremely exciting, and I'm grateful to our unbelievable guests. Here we put the full stop, but we still have the third block of our summit, which is dedicated to adolescents. So stay with us, and this third block will start with the movie premiere.
In order to guide us through these numbers and discoveries, I'm going to invite to the stage a professional who I think will do the best possible work and far better than I can on this. It's Dr. Ole Romanchuk, a psychotherapist, author of documentaries and popular scientific books, head of the Institute of Mental Health at the Ukrainian Catholic University and the Ukrainian Institute of Cognitive Behavioral Therapy. So please welcome Dr. Romanchuk, one of the prominent reformers in mental health. Wonderful to see you, Ole. Forgive me for my hopeless scrambling at these slides. You want to be on that side? Oh, he's got his microphone. I'm so sorry. I nearly sat down and absorbed it in a very unfortunate way. So, Stephen, behave yourself. Now, Ole, you've seen these figures, and I know you've thought about them very hard. I wonder what an American would call, what is the main takeaway from these interesting data?
Я думаю, Стівен, що головний висновок з досліджень дуже простий.
I think the major takeaway from this data is very simple. We realized that mental health is extremely important and that it is very fragile towards challenges in the world, and in Ukraine towards the war challenge. But there is, despite the problems and deficit of service, there is hope, and a very interesting conclusion that hope exists, and the people are waiting for improvement of the situation, and there is hope in our resilience, in our mutual support and solidarity. There is also hope in scientific research and professional help. The conclusion is very simple. There is a lot of work. We must work, and the best to start with is to start with education. Education should create a culture which would help to improve the mental health, and it's very important in light of what Olena Zelenska launched with our national program.
I wonder if you can help us understand what the word resilience really means. I don't even know if it's the same root etymologically, linguistically in Ukraine as it is in English, but we have a sense of it being used a great deal, as the First Lady said in her inspiring speech. But what does it mean to you in terms of mental health?
Я можу сказати так в два
I
способи.
can say it in two ways. On the one hand, resilience is our ability to go through challenges, but preserve and restore our mental health and our well-being. On the other hand, people understand it as a metaphor, as immune system of our psychology, of our mentality. It helps our mentality to be strong and to withstand various challenges. As you know, in medical profession, we often think about medical treatment as the major interference. Yes, it is very important. But if you look at infectious diseases, for example, the best solution was vaccination. So when we are talking about mental health as national priority, this must be our collective and individual system of sort of air defense. It helps us to protect people from war and to treat the wounds inflicted by war.
Is that the old way that people often approached mental health problems with, which is they would say to someone, you must be stronger, you must be more resilient, you mustn't be so upset, go and have a walk, go and look after yourself, be brave. That's not what you mean by resilience.
Ні, це точно не те, тому що наша сила.
No, it's a different thing, because our strength is in our vulnerability. When we are open to the pain of ours, to the pain of other people, when we feel the same as other people, we can find ways to restore.
Is being strong by showing that it has a mental health problem, as other countries do. You're not pretending that Ukraine is a perfect state where everybody is covered in mental armor, but in fact, like a blade of grass, you can grow up through concrete and be very strong, but you can also be quickly picked and broken.
Так, саме так. І я думаю, що це для нас, власне, в цьому суть.
Yes, for us, it's the most important not to minimize the difficulties. We must understand that there are wounds inflicted by war. We have to develop services, support people, but at the same time, we should develop resilience.
Towards resilience, have you seen it in action in different ways?
Я думаю, знаєте, що працюючи в часі війни.
Working as a psychiatrist and psychotherapist, I see that a lot of suffering, a lot of disorders, but at the same time, I see a lot of love, support, strength, and resilience, and this is inspiring.
A recipe, a prescription, do you think that Ukraine can follow and that others can follow around the world to achieve this resilience?
Думаю, що
I think what I want to say may be like what Olena said, Olena Zelenska said, that our strength is in our values. When a person has a sense, this gives a person extreme strength, and in relation to our senses, love to our land, to freedom, to children, to the future, to creativity provides us with incredible strength. And then relations, and relations. Deep relations, mutual support is extremely important. As you, Stephen, said, humor, not only in a sense of laughing, but I would say celebrating life in spite of the war, to see all the beautiful things around you.
Vitality and cheerfulness and those qualities that are not often talked about are very helpful, aren't they? But some people, like me, I suppose, seem to have a health problem, a mental health problem, that is not related to trauma and is not triggered by some terrible event like the loss of a loved one, for example, or failure in work or anything. It just seems to be something one's born with, in the same way that asthma and diabetes might be chronic afflictions not caused by something from outside. And then there is trauma, mental health trauma. And I wondered if the treatment is the same for both, or if traumatic mental health, such as...
Звичайно, це є різні речі.
No, these are different things. Post-traumatic stress disorder has its own reasons, but there are disorders which are biologically grounded. For example, spectral autism disorder, where we may help a lot, but we understand that extremely important are other aspects, like inclusive education and support by the society provided to a child in order for this child to develop and flourish in this world.
We can all agree how terrible war is, can teach a society new technology, new methods, new treatments, new ways of behaving, and smart nations can get benefit out of all of that, if you can call it benefit. I wondered if you find that, you know, your treatment and your understanding of things has improved, has the experience of war has given you something.
Звичайно, я думаю, війна дуже каталізує розвиток.
Yes, because the war is a catalyst of our development of system of health protection, mental health protection. But I would mention about one lesson which we often think about. It tells us that the war is a very dark times, and how terrible and cruel a person may be if this person is covered by this totalitarian world. On the other hand, it shows the light, how nice and beautiful may be a person who is fighting for freedom. And for us, it's a very important lesson, because we want people to be humanistic. When we say a person is a Homo sapiens, but it's also important that this person should be Homo amens, which is a loving person. And here we have an issue of our global mankind. How can we cherish humanity? Because we have the national idea, as Shevchenko said, there will be people living on the land.
Anglo-Saxon, you know, reserve to hear the word love used at a conference that is social, cultural, and scientific. We heard the First Lady use the word, and you've used it. And it makes me think that, yes, the thing a nation can do, a people can do, is replace the hate that comes from the enemy at war, the hate and the abuse, replace it with love. Because if you don't do that, then those who have suffered from the hate believe that hate is more powerful than love. And I think those of us who are worth anything believe the opposite.
І ми дуже часто кажемо, що ми хочемо бути воїнами.
Yes, and we often say that we want to be warriors of light, the warriors who have in their hearts the strength of love and light, and this is invincible.
Thank you and congratulations. Well, there we are. Now let's hope I know what to do next.